Hello, hello. All right, I'm trying out something new today. Try my messy room. Let's see if this multi-streaming business works. Okay. Do I log in rewards first? Login dailies. Pretty much just requires me spamming the ever loving fuck out of this. I feel like my team's too cutesy without Gallagher around now. Tribby just not coming up. I believe this guy's Tribby needs more speed. Yeah. You know what? Set this. I gotta change where my things are here. Yeah. There we go. Fly, Tribby, fly! Pop. Surely that's enough. Yes. Oh wait, down here. Need that speed. More speed. not nearly enough speed. Is he trying to get to... Alright, let's continue with this story. Wish I could tell character info. I want to know her stats. Better or worse than mine? I'm just going to assume worse at this point. Why does she look like Canis?
なぜ私の前に？まさかあなたが天空の一族の末裔か？
はい、私は金光の庭の火や紳士や火を追う使命を継ぐ天空の末裔です。あなたが徳倉将軍ですね。黄金戦争では一族を率いて奥平魔と同盟を結び、クレムノス軍の侵攻を防いだと聞いています。そのおかげで天空の一族は聖都での居場所を手に入れることができました。
火や紳士やか。我が一族の系譜にかなり詳しいようだな。ここは創世の家臣か？
That it is?
はい、ご覧ください。10の星がすでに灯され、黄金栄の火を追う旅がもうすぐ終わろうとしています。
あれはファジェイナとジョーリアの火種か？ということはセイレンスとあの山の民は己の使命を無事に果たしたのだな。同じオンパロスの支柱でありながら天空の宿命に決着がつくのが1000年も後だとはな。
物を覆う天空が落ちれば世界が潰されてしまいます。なのでアグライア様があえて火を追う旅の最後に残したのです。
アグライア？彼女はまだ火を追ってるというのか。
残念
Well, not anymore.
アグライア様はつい最近私たちのそばを離れました。ですがあなたのおっしゃる通り、彼女は今でも黄金栄たちを導き続けています。
あの娘がこの時代まで無情な時の侵食に耐えてきたとは実に不思議だ。
Yeah, she's kind of a badass.
ヒヤシンシや私の身分を知っているということは私の直筆も読んだことがあるのだな。
はい、あなたの直筆も含め我が一族に関する資料は全て記憶しています。
では私がトリスビアスの一人から予言をいただいたことは？
もちろん存じています。虹の架け橋の先で 天空の子が神婚を作ろうだろうですね。ただ残念なことにこの予言を解読できた者はまだいません。
そうか。だがトリスビアスの予言は外れたことがない。あなたならそれが現実になる日を拝めるかもな。予言があなたに優しい運命をもたらすよう祈っておこう。
ありがとうございます、徳倉将軍。ただ予言がどのような運命をもたらそうと、
That must be kept up with clips or something.
それと向き合うつもりです。
Or her hair. The hell?
何事も万事を尽くしてこそ得られる笑顔がある。そうですよね。
よくぞ言った。できることならもう少し話していたかったな。
I can't help but notice her bubblegum hair is very much the same colors as March 7th's eyes. Very much March 7th's color scheme.
いずれ天空の神が何者かにとって変わるなら、あなたのような楽観的で優しいものであってほしいものだ。
将軍に認めていただいたことは私にとってかけがえのない宝物です。どうか安らかにお眠りください。こちらは大切に使わせていただきます。徳倉将軍、資料に書かれているイメージと違い、とてもお優しい方でしたね。そろそろ受邸に戻らないとタンタンやイカルンに心配をかけてはいけませんからね。
戻ったか？無事に済んだか？
That fuck is adorable.
はい、とても順調でしたよ。タンタンの霊水の秘術がとても役に立ちました。
そうか。先祖の魂と何を話していたのか、よかったら教えてくれないか？
どうしたんですか、タンタン。
いや、順調だったようで何よりだ。ただ、話にあった予言が気になってな。
Oh no.
虹の架け橋の先で天空の子が神婚を作ろうだろう。なんとなくだが、この短い一文から少し悲しみのようなものが感じられるんだ。
タンタンが感傷的になってるだけじゃないですか。トリノン様は毎日たくさんの予言を解読していて、これもそのうち
Oh,
の
it's kind of a concern, isn't it? Like every single one of her prophecies
気
are?
にしない方がいいですよ。
ああ、そうだといいが。
そんな思い詰めた顔をしないでください、タンタン。そろそろ行きましょうか。ご先祖様を訪ねる旅を締めくくるために少し遠出をしないといけませんからね。
どこに行くんだ？
最後の目的地はモーディス様の故郷クレムノスです。着きました。ここです。
クレムノス。
モーディス様、
Oh boy.
毎日のように一人で暗黒の潮に立ち向かって、彼が少し心配ですね。
そういえばこの前、彼が雷鳴で知らせてくれた。フレイムスティーラーに警戒するようにと。
ということは、まだ暗黒の潮の狂気には飲まれてないということですね。でも私たちがここに来たのは重要な使命を果たすため。彼の戦場に介入するのは避けた方がいいでしょうか。
In other words, leave the fighting to
そ
him.
うだな。
こです。
Okay.
私の祖母があそこで眠ってます。
祖母？
はい、祖母の名前はヒアシンディアといって、かつて金光の庭を代表してクレムノス祭典に参加したことのある戦士です。彼女は祭典で最後まで勝ち続け、あと一歩で天空の子のために平和の制約を勝ち取ることができたのですが、当時のこの衛兵に敗北してしまいました。祭典での詳しいことは私もよく知らず、あれは栄光ある決闘だったと本で読んだくらいですが、栄光ある決闘の裏にあったのはただの悲壮な結末でした。祭典が終わって間もない頃、祖母は怪我の状態が悪化し、異教の地で亡くなったんです。この予言のパンはそんな彼女の意志に応えてクレムノス人が残したもので、そのことがきっかけで戦争の影に覆われて崩れかけていた金光の庭は間もなく解体されました。
彼女と死闘を繰り広げていたクレムノスの勇士は
ケラウトルス様です。
大事な家族を奪われたにもかかわらず、お前は彼の命を救ったんだな。
深手を負った彼が倒れ、血が止めどなく流れているのを見て、正直言葉にできない複雑な気持ちになりました。ですが彼がトリアン様を守るために重い一撃を受けたと聞いて、雑念は全てきれいに消えたんです。ファイノー様の言葉を借りるなら、彼はきっとより良い人になったんだろうって。
You think?
人を許すことができるのは十分に強い心を持っている人間だけだ。お前はどこも先祖に劣っていない。
ますます口が上手になりましたね、タンタン。祖母の最後の日記にはこうありました。いつか天空の末裔が使命に呼ばれた時は、ぜひ旅立ちの知らせを残った魂に伝えてほしいと。もし自分を呼び覚ました人物が誰よりも可愛がってた孫娘だと知ったら、どんな反応をするんでしょうか。私は神託に示された英雄たちと共に再び天空へ赴き、火種を手に入れます。ご先祖様、どうか私たちに豊か
You
な
think this is where she'll have the most trouble then? Hey, Grandma.
ここは聖者の世界？待って、あなたはもしかして。
おばあ様、私です。あなたのヒアシンシアです。
ヒ
Oh
ヤ
boy.
シンシア。かわいいハチドリさん、まさかあなたが。こんなこと想像もしなかった。もしこの日が訪れたら、すべての先祖と同様に安らぎを得られると思っていたのに。よりにもよってまさかあなたとの再会を素直に喜べない日が来るなんてね。
おばあ様、覚えてますか？私が8歳になってすぐ、お父様と一緒に初めて天空の祭礼に連れて行ってくれたことを。あの時私は4つある装飾品の中から1つを選ぶように言われました。尊さを象徴する烈日の冠、力を象徴する雷雨の腕輪、 知恵を象徴する氷雪の指輪、それから優しさを象徴する美行のペンダント。その中から私が何を選んだのかまだ覚えていますか？
あの時あなたが唱えた未熟な祈りは、あのパッとしないペンダントにかすかな光を呼び寄せた。
はい、
Hmm.
おばあ様は随分と驚いてましたよね。過去数百年、一族の中で私と同じ選択をした子は一人もいないって。
ヒヤシンシや、私はあなたが臆病な子だと思ってたわ。戦闘や武芸への興味が薄く、性格の方も一族特有の力強さが見られなかったからね。
Hmm.
でもそれでいいと私は自分に言い聞かせてた。私のハチドリが前を向いて善意の中で一生を過ごせるのなら決して不幸なことではないって。だからこそエーグルの火種にまつわる重荷をあなたが背負うことになるなんて一度も想像したことがなかった。
安心してください、おばあ様。私の考えでは、天空の子の血筋を定義できるのは並外れた力だけではなく、
I think I put too much sugar in my
世界
coffee.
を作る天賦も同様
That's a
です。
struggle.
今から1000年前、
That's a first world
神
problem.
を恐れぬ英雄を世界が必要とした時、セネオス様が名乗りを上げて日追いの時代が始まりました。ですがそれが終わろうとしている今、満身創痍のこの世界が切に願っているのは癒しです。なんて素敵な空前でしょうか。1000年にわたる英雄の叙事詩が天空によって始まり、天空によって結ばれる。
相変わらず楽観的だね。子供の頃と変わってない。心を決めたのなら、その信念を最後まで貫くんだよ、ヒヤシンシや。私の祝福とともに天空に帰り、救済を迎えるこの世界を見下ろしてみるといい。
ありがとうございます、おばあ様。それと何度もごめんなさい。最後にもう一つお願いがあります。
聞かせて、ヒヤシンシや。まだ時間はあるはずだから。
お別れをする前にもう一度、
Oh my.
あの頃のように天空の英雄の伝説を聞かせてくれませんか？
それじゃあ耳を澄ませて、私の最愛のハチドリさん。これで本当に最後だから。1000年にわたるタイタンとの戦いにより、世界は限りなく荒廃し、続く100年に及ぶ黄金戦争で、
Hmm.
都市国家は疲弊と混乱に覆われた。だがついに人間の怒りが一本の槍となって現れ、旧世の神託を覆い隠していた炎人と戦火を突き破った。槍を握っていたのは天正を作り上げたとされる神エーグル。その存在は雷電を操り、額にカクカクたる太陽を乗せた百目の身長であった。だがエーグルはその99の目を帝に奪われ、残った一つの目で反旗を翻した相手、
自らの祝福を与えた新婚の末裔を睨むことになる。それは天空の黄金栄である妖来の騎士セネオス、その人であった。彼女は黄昏の時に右翼をまとい、禁域である新婚の目に踏み入った。彼女の左側には獅子の首を持つ烈日の翼ソラビスが随伴し、その方向とともに放たれる進化は世を焼き尽くすほどだと言われている。また右側には馬の体を持つ星月の羽ルネビスが伴い、その優美な蹄の一歩一歩は星空を切り天空を震わせたという。そうして一人と二頭は天空の主に宣誓し、神の火種を手に入れると誓った。怒ったタイタンは方向を上げるたびに雷を落とし、身を傾けるたびに嵐を巻き起こし、流れ出た血までもが煮えた雨となって降り注ぎ、世に灼熱の本流をもたらした。戦いの最後、烈日の翼がタイタンの右翼に火をつけ、星月の羽がタイタンの身体を封じる中、翼を折られ全身に傷を負った天空の英雄が力を振り絞って槍を掲げ、世を睨む最後の目を貫いた。その後タイタンの身体は崩れ落ち、同時に早急も布のように裂け、天空は神と共に落ち始めた。人々は動揺し、恐怖に怯えながらも祈り続けた。そして天空の英雄は再び立ち上がる。妖来の騎士セネオス、世界で初めて神を殺した黄金栄は勇ましい翼獣とともに崩れ落ちるエーグルの身体へとかけ、その身をタイタンと同化させた後、再び天を支える柱となった。最後彼女はこう言い残したという。我らの子孫がいずれ祝福を受け、最高の強化を通って天空へと帰り、創世の神託の終点で私の手からこの火種を受け取るだろうと。
Right.
いよいよ今日だね。わあ、こんなに高いところなのに人がいっぱい。
Who even are
みん
you?
な黄金栄たちを見送りに来たのかしら。ファイノンはあそこだ。話しかけてみよう。
It has something to do with final. I know it.
わがままなお願いなのは分かっているけど、どうか理解してほしい。
とんでもないです、ファイノン様。あなたに頼っていただけたことを大変光栄に思います。
ありがとう。僕たちの懸念が現実にならないことを祈っている。
はい、無事のご帰還を心よりお待ちしております。
来たんだね、相棒。今日は寝坊しなかったんだ。
Pink Puppy woke me up. Well, maybe I'll go back and quick nap.
いいよ。みんなが揃うまで
ここで仮眠を取るといい。
Man, why you look at me like that?
それで戦友、準備はできてるかい？うまくいけばこれが僕たちの最後の戦いになる。オンパロスが天外の世界と隔離されている理由が本当にエーグルの呪いによるものだったとしたら、今日以降君たちは家に帰れるはずだ。
Sincerely. Wow. Yeah, that's a. Aren't I supposed to be reincarnated as a Titan?
大変なことになるね。なんとしてでも
Wait,
再送機の前に君たちを
wouldn't that be terrible for them? So I represent time, right? Oh boy.
今はその気持ちだけ噛み締めておくとしよう。それにこの前バルネアで体験したアザラシアザラシをぶつけ合う遊びをした時に教えてくれただろ。勝負の途中で浮かれてサンパニエなんて開けたら逆転されるのがオチだとね。100里を行く者は90を半ばとす。炭鉱が教えてくれたんだ。
Yeah,
意味は一緒だけど
like the champagne one better.
上品な言い回しだね。
あら、そういえば炭鉱はまだなの？
彼なら一番早くに到着してもう崖に登って僕たちを待ってるよ。多分大勢の人たちの目が落ち着かなかったんだろうね。
ファイノン様、必ず無事に帰ってきてくださいね。
冷淡な新婚の目を倒してオンパロスに慈愛に満ちた天空をお与えください。
みんな祝福してくれてありがとう。僕たちは万全な準備を整えることができた。だから安心してくれ。けど今日の主役は僕じゃないんだ。もう少しで批判し
I have a feeling I'm not going to be out before that Arsenal or whatever it's called.
ヒヤシー様、選ばれし天空の末裔、金光の庭の誇り。
No, a little too soon. She's not here yet.
ヘイマ、そしてオンパロスの誇りだ。それから火を追う旅は黄金衛が主導しているけれど、それに貢献してきたのは決してアグライアに選ばれた人間だけじゃない。
Right.
どうか違法から来た勇者の二人にも
Fight me.
感謝を送ってくれ。偶然出会った僕たちのために彼らは立ち上がって過酷な戦いに身を投じてくれたんだ。
Yeah, I'm
違
helping.
法の英雄よ、あなたの物語は歴史に刻まれ、新たな世界で皆に歌われることでしょう。
オロニクスの力を受け継いだ違法の勇士、あなたこそが世界を救う先駆者です。
You're the flatterer, aren't you?
知り合ってから随分経つから、僕の建前と本音くらいはもう聞き分けられるだろう。
Speaking of time, that butterfly has just been frozen.
心からの賛辞だよ、相棒。直感に従って君と炭鉱を信用していなかったら、僕ヘイマーは今頃どうやら今日の主役が登場したようだ。
Oh, Hyacinth. We don't exactly have the best track record of keeping people alive here, but
天空のご先
I
祖様
believe.
たちからの祝福を預かっています。彼らは1000年にわたる使命を私に託し、エーグルの火種を手に入れるよう 導いています。公暦4932年、英雄セネオスが火を追う旅を始めてから1062年の時が経ちました。私は天空の一族の末裔ヒアシンシア、人の子を導き再び天空へと舞い戻ることを決意しました。
歴史の呼吸は決して一律ではない。時が止まったかのように1000年もの間息を潜めることもあれば、一瞬で世界と文明を覆すように息を切らすこともある。過去、その激しい呼吸が嵐を巻き起こし、僕たちはそれに巻き込まれた。ヒアンシ、君は傍観者として4つの火種が帰るところを見届けてきたけど、今度は君がそれを果たす番だ。当事者の一人としてどうか僕たちを嵐の目まで案内してほしい。
She's just a little girl. Oh, sit on a tree. A lot different to what I originally saw. Big filler. Go ahead and go face.
待たせたね、タンコ。エーグル討伐隊全員到着だ。
俺たちは何度も自らの手で世界の歴史を書き換えてきた。今回の開拓もきっとアキビリが羨む結果となるだろう。
Don't say that. Exciting venture. Marges could be crying with jealousy.
随分と元気だね、戦友。我ながらいい日を選んだみたいだ。ヒアンシ、あとは頼んだよ。
かつて天空の子は多くの部族に分かれていたと伝えられています。烈日を信仰する輝きの民、雷雨を信仰する雨の民、そして雪を信仰する冬の民。先祖たちはエーグルの光の恩恵を受けていたにもかかわらず、その目には一つの色しか映っていませんでした。彼らは忘れているのです。世界を照らす美光が調和の取れたさまざまな色から構成されていることを。
I don't know what that means.
だから虹は私が一番好きな気象現象なんです。光を鮮やかな色として返すだけでなく、橋という意味も兼ね備えているから。最高の強化で人々の心をつなぎ、世のあらゆる魂に希望を届けたい。ご先祖様、どうかどうか虹を道しるべとし、千年越しに天空の子を故郷へとお導きください。 強化よ、再び天空に昇れるよう導きたまえ。
Wow.
皆さん一緒に飛びましょう。
最高の強化で空を渡るなんて不思議な体験だよ。ここが神婚の目か。伝説にあるエーグルの天空の要塞。まさか自分が足を踏み入れる日が来るとは思ってなかったな。
ご先祖様は偉大な文明を空に築きました。私たちの足元にある神婚の目はエーグルの住処であり、雲の都市国家の中心部なんです。英雄セネオスはここでエーグルに宣戦布告して火を追う旅の幕を開けたのでしょう。
What happened? They fucked up and went down to the earth?
私たちがここへ来たのは彼女が始めたその旅に終止符を打つため。はい、伝説の真偽はさておき、私たちがすべきことに変わりはありませんから。
資料によるとエーグルを信仰していた文明は先進的な科学技術を持っていて、地理的にも恵まれていたらしい。
Oh.
確かに黄金戦争でクレムノスと真っ向勝負できたのは天空の砦だけだった。だけど内部の団結は脆かったみたいだよ。特に信託が下されてからというものの、黄金衛が引き起こした内戦が何度も起きたせいで戦力を失い、それで地上の戦火から逃れるために雲の中に隠れるしかなくなったそうだから。
Oh.
ええ、天空の二大部族である輝きの民と雨の民の不和が原因だと言われてます。セネオス様は同胞たちの終わりのない争いに耐えかねて高みの見物を決め込んでいたタイタンに矛先を向けたんでしょう。
Oh boy. Was your attack really that high?
セネオス様は2頭の翼獣を率いて並外れた武勇で怒れるタイタンを窮地に追い込み、一緒に天空の果てへと消えていったそうです。でも彼女はエーグルを撃てず天空の火種を手に入れることはできませんでした。伝説によると最後は自らの身をもって神の怒りを抑え、神婚の目の奥深くに封じ込めるとオンパロスの青空を永遠に支える存在となったそうです。
つまり彼女はタイタンと融合した。少し前までならただのおとぎ話だった。
Yeah, and actually pretty much did the same thing.
アナイクス先生の前例がある以上、今の話が本当だったとしても不思議じゃない。かのタイタン、そして共に生きることを選んだ英雄は1000年の時を経てもこの場所で今も大地を見守っているんだろうか。ここは静かだな。
長い時が流れ、神婚の目も廃墟になって久しいんでしょうね。
Well, hopefully not.
いい感じ。
Open the door.
何かがおかしい。漠然と広さは感じるのに目の前には暗闇しかない。
Uh-oh.
なんだ、闇の中に何かあるのか。
もしかしたら天正画の壁が隠されてるのかもしれません。天空の都市国家に伝わる慣習によると、天正画の壁はオンパルスの空とつながっていて、描かれている
Okay.
現実世界に映し出されるんだそうです。晴天、曇り空、氷雪、雷雨。壁画は絶え間なく変化するエーグルの感情を反映し、平和だった時代には天空の司祭たちがここに集まって穏やかな風が吹き渡る豊作を神々に祈ったとか。グレータンとタンタンに分かりやすく言うなら、そうですね、巨大な仮面って感じでしょうか。
Got it. It was theme park.
真っ暗な中を探索するのは賢明じゃないと思います。壁画を明るくすることができれば光源になってくれるかもしれませんが、あの装置を儀式を行うためのものですかね。見に行ってみましょう。暗いので足元に気をつけてくださいね。
What does my camera keep resetting, by the way? Resetting. You know what? Let's try camera hub. See if I fix it in here. Change it in here. Seems to work. Save.
よし。
どうだ、手がかりになりそうか。
起動の仕方が全く分からなくて、先人の知恵を借りることができれば。忘れるところでした。グレータン、リオタン、力をお借りしてもいいですか。
Leave it to the demigod of time.
あたりに散らばってる記憶を探せばいいのよね。それなら簡単よ。ちょっとだけ時間をちょうだい。
Something tells me that the core flame actually just went into Mem, not me.
あそことあそこね。バッチリよ。ここは人もいないから歳月の功績もはっきり見えるわ。さすがリオタン、助かりました。
愚かな雨の民め。
Wow.
偉大なるエーグルはすでに金色の雲の間に化身の印を残した。神の選択は明らかになった。我ら烈日の子こそが天空の正統。この戦争は輝きの民の勝利によって幕を閉じるだろう。願わくは神婚の目が閉じることなく、永遠の白昼が大地を覆わんことを。
金色の雲の間に化身の印を残したというのは、天正画の壁のことを指しているのかな。今は何も見えないけど。
Mm-hmm.
傲慢な輝きの民、タイタンは貴様たちの傲岸不尊を非難するであろう。しかし天空を創造せしエーグルよ、なぜ暗雲を避け続ける。晴天と雨雲は等しくあなたの創造物ではないのか。
What?
この子らはそれを寵愛とみなし、我が一族に圧力をかけることを正当化したというのに。雨の民は決して屈しない。神よ、 あなたが沈黙するのなら、我々は自ら武器を手に取り、輝きに隠された悪意に抗うしかないのだ。願わくは神婚の目が開くことなく、山のリングを大地にもたらさんこと。
暗雲を避け続ける。エーグルは雨が嫌いなのでしょうか。いまいちわかりませんが、ひとまず書き留めておきましょう。
内部で争いがあったのは本当だったんだな。
思った
So
通
let's
り、
stop the
ここ
reading.
はやはり天正儀式を行う場所だったんですね。リオタン、もっと記憶を読み取ることはできますか？
Stop the reading. So that caused a rift.
風、
Wow.
雪、雨、光。天空の百眼の名のもと、我は世のため天正を下ろす。神婚は移ろい、天正を支配す。よみがえれ、天正画の壁。
やめろ、愚かなる暗雲の子よ。勝手に天正儀で天正の流れに手を加えるなぞ、言語道断。神への冒涜だぞ。
タイタンが祖先に天正儀を授けたのは、我々が昼夜と聖丼を公平に分かち、万物それぞれに適した天正を与え、成長させるためだ。だが烈日の子は天正画の壁を独占しているではないか。
ああ。
果てなく続き、大地は日照りと干ばつに苦しんでいるというのに。
That's so.
虐げられてきた雨の民を非難する資格など貴様らにはない。
大地だと。大地は我々の宿敵だ。
What?
エーグルに愛されなかった暗雲が天空の民をいかにして黄金戦争で勝利させるというのか。貴様らの品格も信仰も脆すぎる。烈日に恵まれぬ影にでも隠れ、孤独に涙を流していろ。貴様らにできることなどそれくらいしかないだろう。
そこまで言うのなら見せてやろう、我々の力を。
貴様、何をするつもりだ。
熱に浮かされた狂信者め。エーグルは我らのもとにあり、死ね。
What?
すごく怖かったわね。
So the rainfolk drew first blood.
胸が痛むよ。天空の都市国家は外敵に敗れたわけじゃなかったんだね。
傲慢な輝きの民は自分たちを神に選ばれた部族だと思い込み、長い間他の部族を虐げてた。迫害されてた雨の民は神を恨んで密かに反撃を企てていたんですね。
Mm.
目に見える神の庇護の下で暮らしているんだ。こうしたことが起きるのもありえなくはない。いつの時代でも人同士の争いがなくなることはないんだろう。カイニスと粛清者の行いを見ていれば、この歴史を理解するのも難しくないんじゃないかな。ここには何も残されてないから、ひょっとすると勝者はいなかったのかもしれない。
Yeah, by the looks of it.
セネオスは輝きの民と雨の民の確執をどんな風に思ってたんでしょう。伝説は彼女が神に挑んだことに重きを置いてますけど、天空の民の行方についてはふわっと
Probably
して
kind
ま
of
すし、
pissed off that they were fighting each other by the looks of it.
れません。
一つずつ進めよう。ヒアン氏はあの雨の民が唱えていた言葉を覚えているかい？多分あれが天正画の壁を起動させる鍵かもしれない。
はい、もちろん。じゃあ試してみましょうか。
Give it a shot, I suppose.
風、雪、雨、光。天空の百眼の名のもと、我は世のため天正を下ろす。神婚は移ろい、天正を支配す。よみがえれ、天正画の壁。
Wow.
黄金色に染まる雲、燃えるような輝き。なんて壮麗な光景だろ
う。見ろ、残像が言っていた化身の印だ。
なんだか恐ろしくなってきた。エーグルは今も僕たちのことを見ているのかな。
Well, yeah, probably.
雨の民はタイタンが暗雲、つまり雨雲を嫌っていると言っていた。それを利用して壁画の天候を変えて化身の印に影響を与えることはできないだろうか。
そんなことをすればオクヘイマにも影響が出るんじゃないのか。
安心してください。天正画の壁はとうの昔に力を失ってるはずです。今のオクヘイマの白昼だってケファレが背負ってる黎明のミハニによって保たれてますし。でもこの装置は動力がないみたいです。壁画の天候を変えるなら他の天正儀を探さないとダメですね。
I guess with the bullshit the Sky people did, it would probably be a wise idea to bring it down to Earth.
あの円盤状のが見えますか？私使ったことあります。あれは金光の庭の西風のピクシスです。使うと人が歩けるくらいの小さな最高の強化を作れるので、神婚の目の他の場所に移動できるかもしれません。黄金期から伝わる技術は今でも私たちの力になってくれるんですね。行きましょう。調整は私に任せてください。
This looks neat.
下にあるのは金色の池か。
黄金池は神婚の目の神聖
Boiling?
エネルギーだと言われてます。熱々ですので歩くときは足元に気をつけてくださいね。
Boiling gold down there?
仕組みや構造は金光の庭で使われてたのとちょっと違いますね。なんというかもっと複雑かもです。
Mechanical simplification.
少しだけ時間をもらえれば多分大丈夫だと思います。
Observe the starting point, finish point. Direction.
道を探すんです。
Okay. Okay.
見てください。最高の強化ができましたよ。
Wow.
すごいじゃないか。これで通れるね。行こう。おっと、危ない。あれは
ペガソス？
機銃に似ているね。けど敵意はないみたいだ。あ、ヒヤンシ、もしかして伝説に出てくる
私もまだ確信は持ててないです。もう少し近づいてみないと。
敵意がないっていうのは過程だ。警戒は怠らないように。ついていこう。
伝説の中で英雄セネオスは2頭の翼獣を率いていたと話しましたよね。ソラビスとルネビスは彼女の愛馬であり戦友でもあったんです。もしまだ生きてるのならエーグルと戦う時に私たちに力を。消えた。
幻覚か？それとも記憶が消えた？
あのペガサスは他の記憶と違って悲しみをまとってた。あまりにも重くて息もできないくらいよ。
Oh no, it's a sad memory.
ルネビスの幻影。ここに現れたということは何かやり残したことでもあるんでしょうか。
だとしたら形を維持するには相当強い執念が必要なはず。まさかセネオスが残した意志だとでも言うのか。
今はまだわかりませんが、とにかく神婚の目の中心部に向かいましょう。
Ooh.
ルネビス様、あなたなのですか？私の声は届いてますか？
What was a memory?
セネオスの末裔。私たちは彼女の使命を果たしにここへ来ました。
I don't think you can interact with memories like that. Black Tide, motherfuckers. Weather effects will sunny day. What? Well, shit. Probably should have let Mem do her thing first, but that's okay. Ow. Get wrecked soon. Dragon OP.
自分の意志で結末にたどり着いてみせる。いや、
Base anchor.
もう一頭の
Wow.
気をつけて。あれは記憶の幻影じゃない。まだ命の気配があるわ。
Another black tide thing.
でも黒く歪んでる。まるで暗黒の潮の造物たちみたいに。
ヒアンシン、気をつけて。
やっぱりあなたがルネビス様だったんですね。今目の前で侵食に苦しんでるのが
Oh,
ソラビス様なんでしょ。仲間を苦しみから解放するために私たちをここまで導いたんです。
we're gonna save him. Why did you ask a rhetorical question like that?
長い間苦しみに苛まれてきたんでしょうね。それでも諦めずに自我を必死で保って
Did our first mini boss
することもなか
for
っ
this
た。
patch?
怖がらなくても大丈夫です。あなたはもう一人ぼっちじゃありません。私の名はヒアシンシア。英雄の血を受け継いだ医者。妖来の騎士セネオスはかつてあなたの仲間だった。違いますか？ソラビス様、あなたの体はすでに暗黒の潮によって完全に蝕まれてる。それでも私はまだあなたの強き魂を癒すことができます。ルネビス様のように肉体を失ったとしても心は高潔なまま。何も変わりません。残ってる意識を手放さないようもう少しだけ耐えてください。
No, no.
今からあなたを栄光の姿で蘇らせます。 きっと理解してくれてるはずです。暗黒の潮がもたらす苦痛にとらわれながらも理性を手放さなかった強き魂なんですから。
ソラビス、英雄を支えた烈日の翼。この戦いであの時の偉業をあなたに思い出させることができるのなら僕は光栄に思う。さあかかってこい英雄。
ソラビス様、どうか暗黒の潮の支配から脱し目覚めの世界に戻ってきてください。
Ouch.
授けます。今を見てて
Ouch.
お待たせしないように。これが命の温度。
All right, let's get this, and that.
このかすかな雲を払って晴れ渡る空を。神聖を。私を信じて不可能はない。
Get a little smack.
このぬくもりは忘れません。
Bing.
命の葉いずれ風に吹き落とされる。この時間死の幕よ。
終わった。
Winner is me.
ソラビス、
Soldier horses actually speaking.
そんなに驚くことかしら。ピンクのワンちゃんがおしゃべりする世界なのに。
Are you calling yourself a pink puppy now?
もう私ったら自分で自分
ソラビス、ようやく目覚めたか。
意識があまりにも長い時失われていた。ようやく暗黒の潮の檻が開いたのだな。セネオスの末裔はお前か、小娘よ。
はい、サラビス様。私の名はヒヤシンシア。仲間たちからはヒヤンシーと呼ばれてます。
ヒヤシンシア。お前からは彼女の気配がせん。
1000年の時が経った今、英雄セネオスの血も相当薄くなってるでしょう。でも天空の一族の決意が歳月に蝕まれたことは一度もありませんでした。私がここへ来たのもまさに彼女の意志を果たすためです。
彼女の意志についてお前はどの程度理解している？
引き裂かれた天空を支えるため、彼女がタイタンの身体と一つになったことは知ってます。それと後世の人がいつか空に戻れるようにエーグルの火種を持ち去れと残したことも。
Right, I think.
大地に落ちてから伝説はこうも様変わりしてしまったのか。小娘よ、お前は自分が意志だと言っていたな。
Yeah, pretty much.
癒しと治療しか知らぬような貧弱な魂。何をもって天空の化身と戦うというのだ。
僕たちにはこの長剣がある。
And my bat.
僕たち全員がヒヤシンシアの仲間であり戦友だ。僕たちの力はあなたも先ほど見たはず。
悪くない。だが彼女とは
Yeah, but you don't know until you try. Unless I'll die, in which case, you know.
不遜な態度はやめ、彼らの行為を
Yeah, you tell him, Ludibus.
受け取れ。そなたが暗黒の潮に囚われていた間、世界は劇的に変わったのだ。私の推測通りであれば、
You're goddamn right it did.
先進ニカドリーもここにいる勇士たちによって倒されたのだろう。
僕たちは他のタイタンたちに安息をもたらした。そして日和の終点がこの天空の要塞の主なんだ。僕たちをエーグルのところまで案内してくれないか、お二方。セネオスは自らの手で神を殺し火種を奪うという新しい時代をもたらした。たとえ彼女がその終わりを見ることができなかったとしても、少なくともあなたたちは彼女に代わってそれを見届けることができる。
Yeah, what's the deal with that anyway?
お前からは幾分か彼女の面影を感じるな。
エーグルの印飛んでった。
My headset just reset. That's weird. Uh,
我々の目覚めを探知したのかもしれん。
その気配が1000年前の
去の記憶から僕たちは天空のタイタンが暗雲を嫌っていることを知った。でもあなたたちならもっと詳しいことも知っているんじゃないか。
うん
だがそなたらにはまだ我々の手引きが必要だ。
ついてこい、ヒヤシンシア。そして勇士たち、神狩りの再開だ。
ルネビス様は一緒に行かないんですか？
私は次の場所で待っている。
Good treasure. Right. We're going on to the next area. I'm going to be right back. I want to get a quick bite to eat. Keep me going. Ooh, I better reset this. There we go. All right. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh shit. There we go. Wait, I kind of want that open, just not. There we go. All right. Now let's get this started. Open the door.
Yeah.
千年の歳月が過ぎ去ったとて何も変わっていないように感じるな。ただ人々の喧騒
So
は
quiet.
消えたが
Without any humans.
ここは輝きの民が有していた殿堂だ。かつて烈日の子らはここで盛大な式典を行い
Some folk used to be here. Gotcha.
感謝の意を示した。
天空のタイタンは本当に輝きの民の味方をしてたんですか？
人々は皆そう思っていた。セネオスの槍先がエーグルの怒りを貫くまで。
Huh?
あの時我々はようやく理解したのだ。エーグルが避け続けていたのは
So, within the unlit shadows,
影に潜む恐怖
Black Tide?
だったのだと。
Yeah.
暗黒の潮の脅威によって黄金衛は火を追う旅の完遂を余儀なくされ、神託にある創世の奇跡に足を踏み入れざるを得なくなった。
黄金衛か。我々の時代においてその名は嵐を巻き起こすものだった。しかしお前たちは尊敬されている英雄のように見える。
Okay.
すべて先人のおかげさ。トリスビアスとアグライア、あなたも二人の名前を聞いたことがあるはずだ。
最後まで歩めたのはあの二人だったか。
それはどういう意味だ？
緩和はここまでとしよう。
Wait, what?
天将棋を起動する方法はお前たちも知っているはずだ。
No, that was good information. I want to know why.
壁画に描かれた
What?
タイタン、引きずり
What'd you say that? Also,
通路が吸い寄せられてる。
but
エーグルの仕業でしょうか？心配しないで。必要な時は歳月の神の力を使って戻せ
the
ば。
power of time on our side. So basically when
よし。
what's her name, Celios or whatever, attacked Aquila, that allowed the black tide to steep in? Is that what happened?
ほら、この装置、ホロニクスの祈り事の力を強化できるみたい。これを使って風の向きを変えてみましょう。これで祈り事の力が発揮され続けるはずよ。早速風の向きを変えてみましょう。
天将棋はこの先だ。さあ、エーグルを引きずり出そう。
I don't need to press that button, do I?
神婚は移ろい、天正を支配す。
Ore? Ore? Ore?
失敗した？
歳
You
月
fucked
は
up?
無常だ。装置が老朽化して壊れていたのかもしれない。電動の両側にある巨大な電気回路が見えるか？
Is that what that is? A circuit? I guess so.
電気回路が全て暗黒の潮に侵食されているみたいだ。あの2台の予言の盤が何か役に立つかもしれない。
Yeah. You're in the way.
これが維新伝心？いける？
Summon the mem. Buff of the party. Get smacked by arrows, apparently.
授けた。心を開いて、お待たせしないように。これにかすかな雲を払って、あれは
More healing, more healing.
私を信不可能はない。離れなさい。神聖を。守れ。
To say the old country, get wrecked.
自分の意志で結末にたどり着いてみせる。
Oh. Treasure.
お品で最後だね。
What's this? Where's my nose strategy? What? Cleanse the fifth. Was just this, isn't it?
この程度ってところかな。
順調だね。残る電気回路はあと1箇所だ。もう一つの予言の盤を探そう。
Hmm. What? Take care of this guy.
私がやる。いける。本質は同じ。
Trespasser. Don't you lurk?
西が道に花がバックしましょう。これが命の温度。朽ち果てて。いいアイデア。
Boop. I pressed the wrong button. Oh well.
かすかな雲を払って晴れ渡る空は。
Kind of sucks she would have her.
呼吸するだけで
There we go.
「さまよう魂が
Easy.
べき道を見つけられることを願います」 勉強になりました。
予言の盤はそこにある。
やっ
命のいずれ風に吹き落とされる。頼むよ。私をし不可能はない。
Suppose I didn't really need to purposefully summon. Could have just ultied. Oh well. Boss, 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 boss. Pop. Give me heals. Man, fat fuck doing some damage. I need to go down there. Is this not the same exact same problem? Yeah. Give me the solution twice in a row. The exact same solution. Feel offended. Ouch. Smack you guys in the face. What you get? Pop. I like that ability. Whenever she heals, she does damage too. OP healer. Not a small amount of damage either, because I think it's HP proportional and she boosts everyone's max HP. No.
また消えたのか。どうやら僕たちとは顔を合わせたくないみたいだ。臆病だからか、それとも何か企んでるのか。
Or they're guiding us. Oh, they're crazy.
だが本能に従い、奴は暗闇から暗黒の潮から逃れようとしている。セネオスの状況はわからぬ。だが印を支配しているのは彼女の意識ではないと断言できる。尊厳を捨て暗雲に追われる脱走兵のように逃げ回るはずがないからな。そろそろここを離れるとしよう。ルネビスが次の場所で待っている。
お待ちください、ソラビス様。一つだけやり残したことがあって。
なんだ。
英雄セネオスとの約束を守るため、彼女の末裔は1000年もの間天空を見守ってきました。何世代も同じ理想のために生きてきたご先祖様たちには 伝説の真相を知る権利があると思います。もし過去への扉を開けても構わないのなら、ここの歴史を覗かせてほしいんです。
オロニクスの親戚はお前たちの手にある。私には止める資格がない。
Okay.
ありがとうございます。リオタン、グレータン、お願いしてもいいでしょうか。向こうで待ってるご先祖様たちに真実を届けたいんです。伝説に偽りがあるのなら、必ずそれなりの理由があるはずです。この光景と今までの記憶でなんだか変な予感がしてるんです。セネオス様が神に挑んだ後、天空の子に何があったんでしょう。ご先祖様たちの魂に永遠の安らぎを与えるためにも、
I don't
伝説の真相を明ら
really
かに
have
しな
anything
けれ
to
ば
add to
なりま
this.
せん。ヒヤシ、本当にいい子ね。大丈夫よ。
Just revealing the past.
ここに渦巻いてる記憶は入り口のよりも強烈みたい。待ってて、すぐ凝縮するから。こうしてこうしてできたわ。リオタン、ありがとうございます。皆さんどうか私と一緒に歴史を見届けてください。
黄昏の娘よ、とうとう狂ったのか。
私には分かっていました。敵同士の血が混ざり合い生まれた子はいずれ自らの手で天空の要塞を滅ぼすのだと。
我らが神に矛先を向けるつもりなのか。やめろ。その無謀さは神罰を招くことになるぞ。
If you guys weren't fighting all the time.
神罰。罪なき大地の子たちは天外を覗いてみたいという好奇心を抱いただけで高慢な神の裁きを受け、都市を滅ぼされた。
Oh.
自分
Oh.
自身を見てみるといいわ。烈日の子を自称する民は強い日差しに耐えられず、焼け焦げた肌を神から賜ったものとしている。神に選ばれし者エーグルの寵愛を受けるべき強者だと思い込んでいるみたいだけど、君たちはこの世に存在する本当の脅威に挑む勇気もなく、弱き同胞に向かって剣を振るうことしかできない。
Oh.
君たちは病んでいるわ。父も烈日の信者だった。だけど私に強さと誠実さを教え、光の行く先へと導いてくれた。光あるところに希望があるの。哀れな人たちよ、君たちからは希望を感じない。光の届かない場所に潜む影でさえ君たちより尊厳を持っているというのに。
黄昏の娘よ、だからといって俺たちの信仰を破壊するのは筋違いだろう。
信仰だけではありません。エーグルは天空を創造したのですから、天空そのものでもあります。エーグルが撃たれたらこの世界はどうなるのでしょう。
地平線の果てから信託が聞こえてきた。新たな時代。それはタイタンのような神に支配されず、凡人の英雄によって作られる時代を告げるものだったわ。私はそれを信じる。旧世界に強いられたあらゆる束縛を打ち破り、新たな物語の1ページを開く、その兆しを私は信じるしかないのよ。私の神殺しを止めたいのなら、勇気を持って弓をつがえてみせたらいい。私が無数の矢に射抜かれるのが先か、それとも 君たちがソラビスの炎に焼き尽くされるのが先か見てみようじゃない。
どうやって戦えと。お前は妖来の騎士、無敵の武神なのだぞ。
私は神じゃない。私はこの檻の支配者に抵抗する勇気を持った唯一の凡人。
おお。Some fucky ducky attacking on forest from the outside, I bet. Destruction?
カリバが呼んでいる。行きましょう。
Defending the planet from Nanook?
セネオスは輝きの民の行いに失望して全ての元凶を、彼らが信仰する神を撃とうとしたんですね。
あの時彼女にはまだ慈悲があった。言葉は強くとも心には人の声の哀れみが溢れていたのだ。
あの時
行くぞヒヤシンシア。ルネビスがお前たちを待っている。
Where the dark tide is infecting their gods so that they can become an emanator of destruction.
追いかけるといい。ルネビスが案内してくれるだろう。
Yeah.
これは大切にしまっておかないといけませんね。ルネビス様、助けに来ましたよ。
暗黒の潮に侵食されてもなお、エーグルはこの要塞にいる眷属たちとつながっているのだな。
後ろにも陣形を維持して包囲されないよう注意しろ。
僕たちを止めるつもりなのかい？囚われたタイタンは。じゃあそれは無駄なあがきだと思い知らせてあげないとね。
Yes, have at thee.
命の針いずれ風に吹き落とされる。頼むよ。研究の勝ち目は巡る。朽ち果てて心を開いてひなたぼっこしましょう。このかすかな雲を払って晴れ渡る空を。これが命の能力。離れな。神聖を。
Looks on you. Yeah, that's right. Oh, she's panicking.
壁画の向こうへ飛んでいったようだ。
追いかけよう。たとえ狂気に陥っていたとしても、エーグルは天空のタイタン。油断はできない。
英雄たち、こちらだ。次の西風のピクシスを目指して進んでくれ。
Crazy.
大切にしまっておかないといけませんね。
Their treasure icons. Okay. Oh. Wait, what? Oh. Gotcha.
ほら、最高の強化が次の目的地へと導いてくれてますよ。
Wow.
についていきましょう。
Look at that.
ヒアンシ
Gotta go fast.
先ほどはなぜソラビスを苦痛から救い出せると思ったのだ。
すみません、ルネビス様。実は確信なんてなかったんです。でももし医者である私さえも前向きな気持ちを失ってしまったら、患者さんたちはどうやって希望の火を灯せばいいのかわからなくなってしまうでしょ。
優しい答えだな。
ここの眷属はみんな暗黒の潮に侵食されたようだ。
暗黒の潮
No
は
shit.
天外からの災いだと言われている。もしそれが事実なら、天空の防衛線が最初に侵食されたのも当然と言うべきか。
いや、
この壁画、描かれているのは天空のタイタンだけではないようだ。少し調べてみるか。
What?
この品で最後だね。
Broken hammer, broken chalice. Sword through the eyeball. Did one on earth?
さて、雨の民の殿堂へ案内しよう。
伝説によると、セネオス様のお父様は輝きの民の戦士だったそうです。ずっと外で戦い続け、新婚の目に戻ることはめったになく、子供時代の彼女は雨の民の祭司だったお母様のそばで過ごすことが多かったとか。
そう、これが本当の歴史。二つの民の対立が激化し始めたのは、彼女がまだ幼い時だった。雨の民はセネオスに流れるもう一つの血筋を恐れていたため、彼女を本当の意味で同胞として見ることは一度もなかったのだ。
Well.
ただ彼女はその者たちを恨むことなく、熱き心を持つ少女に成長した。しかし人々は彼女の体に流れる黄金の血に気づき、それが嫌悪を 恐怖に変える毒となってしまったの。
英雄セネオスは意志を磨き武芸を極めるために人里離れた場所で暮らすようになったと女子誌にはそうあったのですが、まさか血筋と黄金栄という身分のせいで追放されたというんですか？
ああ、それでも彼女が世界に絶望することはなく、孤独な旅の中、彼女は私とソラビスに出会った。私たちは仲間となり、共に狩りをして暮らし、成長してきたのだ。この孤独な要塞を見守りながら、私とソラビスがここに残っているのは、運命よりも牢固たる誓いを守るため。
たとえ裏切られ追放されても、彼女は人々のために神殺しの道を歩むことを選んだのか。英雄セネオスの人間に対する愛も深く無条件なものなんだろうか。
Doesn't sound like it.
イコラ、どうして急に？
Little fat fuck. What? Wait, what?
ルネビス様から懐かしい匂いがしたの？見た目はだいぶ違うけど、そういえばイカルンも翼獣よね。もしかして。
They're related?
なんという運命の奇跡だろうか。
What?
私たちはこの世界に何かを残せたのだな、セネオス。
ルネビス様、もしかしてあなたはイカルンの？
引き続き進もう、日酔いの英雄たちよ。エーグルの光が強くなっているのを感じるのだ。
Phew.
セネオスが神に挑んだ。
Sorry, I interrupted you. I don't know what you're saying. The Gripper. That could have been important lore. All I have to do is obliterate it. It'll be easy. Yeah. It looks like it's going to be a big fight.
暗黒の潮に侵食された眷属、今までのものより強くなっているようだ。
狂気に陥るまではタイタンの忠実な従者だったんでしょうね。
That tends to be what they do, yeah?
魂を解放してあげるのが一番優しい方法なのかもしれません。
Sometimes violence is the solution.
本質は同じ。これはいけそう。
Ah.
私を信じ不可能はない。
Ma.
朽ち果てた生命は命の葉いずれ風に吹き落とされる。
Little boost.
休憩を神聖を これが維新。いや、未来は
Low enough that I actually wonder if I just blasted him, if I would have won right there. Oh well.
この地へ帰る。
安らかに眠ってくれ。エーグルの眷属よ。
この転生機、部品が欠けてるようには見えませんけど、起動できないのは内部が故障しているからでしょうか。
The circuits are broken again. Hey, this one is a depiction of the eye getting pierced.
見ろ、ハードディスクのような巨大な物体が。
What? Do they?
ハードディスク？
すまない。言い方を変えよう。両側にある青い光を放つ大きな構造物が見えるか。突き出ているものがいくつか。
Oh, good old Dong Hung.
それらが転生機のエネルギーと関係があると思ったんだ。
How you doing, Bill? I started playing Withering Waves as well. I don't know if you saw my message.
じゃあ近くに何か
But
仕
yes.
掛けがないか探してみようか。早速見つけた。
Hand of Zagreus. I'm wondering.
そこにある気がするよ。
ルネビス様、しばらく待ってていただけますか？
Wondering what Zagreus had planned. I meant to respond, got distracted. Ooh, it's pretty good. Yeah, it is pretty good.
1000年もここをさまよっていたのだ。
Huh.
そのくらい待つとも言えん
So
だろう。
my criticism with Wuwa so far is the first kind of act, or at least the first part of it, went through so quickly. I don't know how to relate to the characters at all. Like I find it odd. Like a lot of things went over my head. So I'm lacking clarification. I think some of the character stories were supposed to flesh that out, and I think I was supposed to do some of the character stories to add context to some of the story, because random characters would show up and it's like my character somehow knew that character and I have no idea how. But it's not like there was anything there to tell me that. But I mean, logically, if you're going through the game, like the where the main story broke up, you would have to do all the character stories just to fill the time between the patches, right? But maybe when it first launched, I think it was done with the first act in a few days of playing, and I'm like, well, what do I do now other than farming? Yeah, I heard that 1.0 Withering Waves was really rough though.
それに
But the gameplay itself, like you know, how everything is in that regard is actually really good. Like it does feel good to farm and stuff like that.
ちょうどこのことの時間が欲しいと
1 gigabyte net. It wasn't year end. I'd be getting pinged at 600 at times. Wow. Jeez. That's intense. So what I'm gathering is that Polaris and Lunaris are a Pegasus and some sort of lion chimera thing. So I'm guessing Fat Fuck over there is their child or something. Was part lion, part Pegasus? I don't know.
ザグレウスの手ならハードディスクを戻せるかもしれない。こういう操作は得意だろう。
It was rough, but I stuck it out. I'd hop back on Wuwa, hopped on Zenless Zone Zero once in a while. I was debating on popping onto Triple Z for DZZ on for the anniversary stuff, but I'm not sure. Am I supposed to punch it? Yeah. Pretty crude and simple. Yeah, I guess so. I like Zenless, but I don't know. With all these freaking gacha games and so much more to come out, there's just so much. You know, while I'm here, half fighting game, half hack and slash. Yeah, it does scratch an itch, but it's like I find that the gameplay of like the actual combat of Zenless is not the same as Wuwa, but it's pretty close. I find it's closer to Wuwa, or sorry, I feel like Wuwa's combat is closer to Zenless than it is Genshin, but a lot of pretty much everything else is pretty much Genshin, right? But like better. I just wish yeah, Genshin's story just kind of started getting kind of lame. It's sorry to say, kind of getting kind of lame. I kind of liked the combat like mixing elements. I mean, that gets get on by the Woo community is like match the colors or whatever, but I don't know, there's something about like elemental control stuff that I like, maybe as a simple man, but I don't know, Genshin's just too big for that now. Way too many characters, and they don't make it easier to get any characters. And then Hoyoverse in general, just their the way they market things, they're just so scummy. Upward, eh? Hoyoverse is also terrible about power creep. Got Evelyn and ZZZ, for example, and why use anyone else for damage now? Really? They are bad for power creep, though. Like, the M-Force characters are all freaking broken as hell. Every single one of them. Cypher might be the weakest one, but that might just be because she's a support unit we haven't figured out a niche for. And she's not even really released yet either, so. But people who tested Violent are saying like he's the most broken friggin' character to ever come out. It's insane. And also, Hoyoverse did even admit it themselves that there was a bit of a issue with the M-Force characters being so powerful. On the plus side, the Star Rail team is buffing previous characters, but we'll see. Like, obviously, I don't think any buffs they do. Hold on. I think I'm peeking here. let me just fix this. But I was saying I don't think any bus they can do will fix the power creep that they made in Unforest. Like, I just don't see it happening. And like, that really sucks. I like the Star Rail storyline. I like the way it plays, whatever. I don't want to replace it with a better game, just because I want to continue this, like, the journey in this game. But like, the whole universe makes it difficult to want to do that with the way they operate. Last time we played Honkai, you got Adventuring and had gotten the Lightning Sword Lady before that. Those two were strong enough to carry out the kit. And the crazy thing is that both Adventuring, kind of, I mean, like, he's still the best preservation character, but Adventuring and Acheron both got power skilled by forest characters. Like, Hyacinth right now is like the best sustained character to come out. Like, her heals are good. She increases everyone's max HP just for using her kit. And on top of that, every time she heals, she does AoE damage to the whole fucking field. That skills off of HP. I'm like, okay. So she's both like a sub DPS and a healer. And oh, by the way, one of her talents also, whenever she heals or ultimates, which comes up a lot, she removes all debuffs from the party. And she has a ridiculously high effect resistance, as most sustainers do. You can get to 100% effect resist. So debuffs might as well not exist. There's going to be undispellable debuffs now, just because they power crap debuff removal. Why did they do that? So it was Aquila, the Titans in connection did ascend to the skies. They never attempted to break through the skies, failed to escape our pursuit. They are not enabled. Basically, if you get her pinch all your other sustains. To a degree, the one caveat with her is she's extremely skill point heavy. So she works really well on Castri's team, for example. But if you have a team that requires you to spend a lot of skill points, say you got your damage dealer, sub DPS, amplifier, I don't think she would work on a team that requires a sub DPS. I think she would work well on any team that only has like hyper carry teams. Sorry, she would work well on any hyper carry team, I would imagine. That only requires, like, for example, on the Castri's team, really only her and Castri's are spending any skill points, and even then, Castri's is not skill point heavy. I don't think she always uses up skill points. So it's really just her using skill points. She's basically Castri's dedicated sustainer. If you have a Castri's team, she's going to stay on the Castri's team and MLC. Like, that's the end all be all. So it's not like she can be used everywhere, but pretty close. But like, you have to have a couple sustainers anyways for endgame content, MLC, AS, and PF. So I mean, you just have her with a hyper carry team as one of your teams, which there's a lot of hyper carry teams out now with the forest characters. Both her and Aglaya, if I recall, are hyper carries. Let me just take a look here. Tier list. The Pridwin tier list. Okay, so the very top of the list, like the strongest of the strongest DPS characters, main DPS characters, is Aglaia, Castries, Maide, and Herta. All of them released during Amphoris. A 3.x characters. Herta cannot be run with I don't believe Herta can be run with Hyacinth. Aglaia, I don't know. Is Aglaia? I don't know enough about Aglaia, but she likes turn advance, so maybe not her as well, I think. But Castries, yeah, she's made for Castries. Maide, maybe. I don't know who the strongest Maide teams are necessarily. If he's a hyper carry. I thought there were a lot more like hyper carry, like a lot more of them would be able to run Hyacinth than actually in reality. But that said, I just feel like any SP friendly team, I think any SP friendly DPS character can run Hyacinth regardless. You got a new variant? Oh yeah. So there's Herta, which is her puppets, right? And then the Herta, which is the actual Herta, like herself. She's a character now, which is cool. I like that. I like that you could actually play with actual Herta now. But yeah, I don't know what teams, because she's basically made for a Castries, so like all the top players are just gonna put her with Castries, right? So it looks like her, wait, what? Oh, she could be running it as DPS too. I forgot about that. So yeah, you can technically run her as a DPS. But looks like as a sustained character, she's good for Acheron and Blade as well. But it's funny, the fact that she can be played as a DPS means that you don't have to run a sustain. That's actually hilarious to me. So supposedly there's a DPS Hyacinth team. That's her, Sunday, Ruin May, and Tribby. Tribby, by the way, best sub DPS in the game. Also Amphoris. Remembrance Trailblazer. So Trailblazer got a new form in a new path in Amphoris. Also the best amplifier up there with Sunday and Robin. So yeah, that said, all the looks like pretty much all of the what's it called? Oh, that's gonna bug the crap out of me. Penacony characters, all the characters released during Penacony are still good. So you like your Acheron's still an amazing character, so is Rappa, so is Argenti, Jade. But if you don't have any characters from Penacony and onwards, you're pretty much SOL. Yeah, you're gonna have a hard time. Kafka dropped right the fuck off. But Kafka and Silverwolf are getting a buff soon, and so will Blade and Jingliu, so that's good. Controversial arc on Twitter because stolen black culture or something. What? I'm confused. It sounds like Twitter talk anyways. Or X talk. Everything's a problem if you read X posts. There's no such thing as an unproblematic existence on X. But the one thing is, Jingwan is still amazing. Jazz blues inspired, so yeah, people took that as, oh god, yeah, well, boo-hoo. But anyway, the cool thing about Penacony was it was like a cloak and dagger story. I really enjoyed it. Isn't it so sad though? Like you played, did you play since launch of this game? Like, were you there during the Imbibitor Lune Danheng release? Played at launch and took a year break because PC died. Oh. But if you're there for Imbibitor Lune, you would remember how strong he was on release, and now he's just fallen so hard. He got power crept. He's in the same tier as Himiko, Clara, and Kafka right now. Like all these characters, like Kafka was really strong on release. Jing Liu was, Don Heng was. That is a hard drop. It's funny because if you remember, like there were a few characters that were like, at the time people were saying they're must pull account carries, right? Was the character, yes. So Sela, the primo character, is currently one of the weakest 5 stars in the game right now. She's in like the niche tier. So the other 5 stars that are weaker than her are Destruction Trailblazer and Yangqing. So yeah, that's how far Celia was brought down, despite being a must pull. Like she was one of the strongest units in the game. Pulled hard. Yeah, I got E1. Because Hoyo, yeah, for real. But yeah, I got E1 Celia, and she has been crashed hard. You'd be better off running a Himiko team or a Clara team than a Celia team right now. And they're like they're not limited. It's so sad. Yeah, it really is, isn't it? So yeah. So they gave you a free, you could get a 5-star selector. I don't know if it's still going on right now because I think it was for the anniversary, but you could get a 5-star selector from the standard banner. I chose Himiko, but it could have been anyone, and so you could have just chose Himiko or Clara and bam. Also, Bailu, you know her niche of being able to revive a party member and whatever. Get why, right? New characters, stronger skills, but yeah, right. Like MiHoYo really needs to fucking chill out, especially with the competitions coming out now. Like they really need to work on that sort of shit. Ran Bailu for the longest. Yeah, so right now she is on the same level as Lynx. If you pull for Castries, her existence in the roster, not even in her party, covers what Bailu's revive ability does. So because I pulled for Castries, now whenever someone gets knocked down, oh by the way, if you get multiple characters knocked down on the same action, they all revive because of Castries' global passive. She's the only character in the game with global passive right now, and everybody hated that fact that she has a global passive, especially because it invalidated Bailu's existence. This is crazy. Hoyo needs to calm down. On the bright side, Gallagher, he's free. You get him. Well, he's free. He's a 4-star. You more or less get him. Actually, you do get him for free because of the event, the permanent event out right now. You get a free 4-star. Between it was him. I'm trying to remember. It was him. Anya, Juye, I think it was. Was it Misha? Was Misha the other one? Might have been Misha. Which why even bother put Misha on there? He's like one of the weakest characters, but whatever. E6 Gallagher. Yeah, Gallagher is really good. He is one of the strongest healers in the game. And funny you mentioned Aventurine. Aventurine got bumped down after Hyacinth got released to the same tier as Gallagher, E6 Gallagher. Right now, the strongest healers, strongest sustained characters you can get right now is Ho-Ho, Hyacinth, and Linksha. Which, you know, all fantastic characters. But anyway, I digress. let's continue this stuff. Maybe someone else seeks to prevent enforcement from the world beyond the sky. Kiddo has fallen into the chorus of Gacha. She's played Girls Frontline 2. Oh my god. I've seen some stuff with Girls Frontline 2. Crazy. The Girls Frontline 2 and what's it called? What's the ship waifu game? What was it? Azure Lane. Some of the shit I've seen from those games, I'm just like, holy fuck. And Nikkei as well. But even Nikkei, I don't think really gets as raunchy as those games do. A lot of it has to do with like brown dust. I never even heard of that. Brown dust too. A lot of it has to do with like being able to visit rooms and shit like that. A friend of yours got a 24-hour suspension because of a scene in Brown. What the hell game is this? Oh, also, did you see that the Goonet game too? There's a Goonet game now. I'm just like, what the fuck is this shit? I wish I could remember what it was called, but it was racy as heck in some cases. What is this Brown Dust 2? Oh, there's a Goblin Slayer collab. I'm like, why is there Goblin Slayer characters? What the heck? All right, what's the purpose of this game? Like, what pack system? These thumbnails remind me of Tree of Savior. It's like a strategy RPG, but it's heavily sexualized. Yeah? Jesus. And then I wish I could remember. I guess it's better because of that scene. Jesus. What is it called? Yeah, it's gonna bite the crap out of me. If I ever find out what it is, I will send it to you. Unless it's been a long time since I made the comment on it. You can check my history. Girls Frontline 2 is okay, but a bit out there. I thought I remember Girls Frontline 2 being like leans kind of heavy into the waifu stuff, but I don't think it's as bad as Azure Lane. I've seen some stuff from Azure Lane, like some people will post it on this Discord I'm in, and I'm like, oh my god, what is that? Usually in the gotcha thing. Some of the outfits on Azure Lane that might as well be nude. Yes, I saw. So someone posted a scene of this lady on a pool table, and I'm just sitting there like, are you fucking kidding me right now? This is not an arrow game. This is just a gacha game that people just play. I mean, I'm not one to necessarily complain. Like, I don't care. It's just like a little intense. You know what? What if I search for myself from... I can't. Oh, looks like they limited the search options. Man, I really wanted to find this example because I was taken aback by it. In ship waifu games. Oh, some of the outfits from DK as well. Oh, God. This is an even worse example than what I found. I'll laugh if it's not actually from Azure Lane. It's from Nikkei instead. Where are you? There you are. Like, excuse me. Like, imagine just playing that in public. That's yeah, it is from Azure and it's animated. Oh my god, are you kidding me? It's funny because I don't know if it was that risque back when I first tried it, but I tried to play Azure Lane for a bit and I could get behind the gameplay. Part of me might be glad I never got into it. It's a little intense. Gameplay is kind of weird. Yeah, I didn't quite understand it. Yeah, I wasn't too sure. It felt like less gameplay and more like a cutscene because I didn't really do anything. I don't know. It kind of played itself almost. I don't. See what Stelios is doing here. So she's basically telling the Rain tribe to get bent. They could be very auto-y. Some event stages needed manual play though. Yeah, I was playing manually, I guess, but it was just kind of like, I don't know, like everything just kind of handled itself or something. I don't know how to explain it. I didn't feel very engaged. Like I like the autoplay feature in terms of like farming materials in the stage you're already in, but like if you find the Gunnet game, curious how bad it is. Yeah, I really wish I knew what it was called. It was sometimes I see it on Twitter, so maybe I'll run across it. What is this? Okay, we got a pole dancing character in Girls Frontline now, apparently. I'm like 90% sure that's Girls Frontline. Ew, what the hell is that? I don't see a post on it yet. I haven't seen a post on it in a while, so I'm a little worried I'm not going to be able to find it. That's the newest character on the Chinese servers. Gotcha. I'm surprised that the characters aren't released the same across the board. I thought Girls for Online 2 was released simultaneously. Huh. I thought they stopped, like a lot of companies stopped doing that. 'Cause I remember FGO was out in Japan a long time before releasing to the global market, but you know what? Maybe Grok can help. What is that game called with? I feel like it's on Steam too, but I could be wrong. Love and Deep Space. That's what it's called. Ultimate Gotcha game. Wonder if I can find that game. I knew it had something to do with space.
呪われた黄昏の娘、腐敗の妖来の騎士が天井へと飛び上がり、タイタンに挑むっていう。
Crystal Dusk. Yeah.
セネオス、なぜそのようなことをする？あなたは優しく敬虔な子だった。
Now you're trying to appeal to her emotions like that after kicking her out the way you did? You saw a trailer for that a while back? Yeah, it was, I didn't know its existence until it came across Twitter, and, yeah. And they say that, you know, they say that Hoyo games are Gooner games, or Wua. That's a Gooner, that's definitely one too. I guess that's a Goonet game, I would call it. Talk about risky situations, so I'm just like, oh my god. And it revolves around romantic interest as well. So I mean, like, at least these games kind of revolve around like a lot of conflict and stuff like that, a lot of non-romantic stuff. Actually, ironically, there's not a whole lot of romantic content in these games for whatever reason. Yeah, see, people call Triple Z a good game, and I guess some of the animation, sure, but it's super tame compared to the other stuff we played. Yeah. Whereas the character designs, right? And if you look at the character designs of Zenless, hold on, keep getting air in my mouth. If you look at the character designs in Zenless and you compare them to Wuwa, Star Rail, and Genshin, like the big kind of 4 games in the space currently, it probably is number 1 and Wuwa number 2. So it's probably like Zenless, then Wuwa, then Star Rail, and then Genshin. But yeah. And they were calling Genshin a Gunner game back when it was like the only one there. So fantastic. But yeah, if you just look at straight character designs, probably Zenless. And yeah. But yeah, I don't know, like I just gotta look at those games and I'm just like, I mean, you can't call the Gunner games because of the character designs and all that, but really they're I mean, the character interactions with you are pretty tame for something that is kind of exploiting people's like people's monkey brain, right? If you're looking at really exploitative stuff, you're looking at stuff like characters where you can kind of have some more intimate time with, like Girls Frontline or Azure Lane and stuff like that, where it's kind of like now you're making like personal, quote unquote, personal connections with the characters. I mean, you got that somewhat in the storylines, like you got Shorekeeper, and like was the first time I really saw that, and I call that waifu bait. I think a lot of people call it waifu bait. Nikkei, for example, designs plus insinuation that the commander sleeps with certain Nikkeis. Which in the lore of the world is a criminal offense. Jesus, what? I don't even know what the Nikkeis are necessarily. Then I thought they were just people with guns. To be honest with you, they're basically androids. Oh, okay, so the idea of having sex bots is bad in that world. That's funny that you're a criminal effectively. But what was I gonna say? So you have like waifu bait characters in the other games. A good example of waifu bait would be Firefly and Castries in Star Rail. I think Shorekeeper and Wuwa would be, where the character has a more personal connection to your character in the game. Even Kafka maybe could be considered that in a way, but it's kind of like more of like a mommy bait, I guess. Because honestly, her character, I mean, people make fun of the idea, like her relationship with the Trailblazer seems more of like a caretaker than anything else, like a guardian, kind of like Himiko. Himiko and Welt as well. But I digress. But then it's like Shorekeeper in Wuwa has like a more personal connection to your character, and that's why they're kind of called waifu bait, right? So Nikkei are androids with human emotions because their brain is human but their bodies are artificial. Okay. Character that released her in Pinakani that used a whip, Jade. Does you remember her because Twitter being Twitter. What saw some people call her Dommy Mommy. Yeah, her and Kafka are the Dommy Mommies. But yeah, it's Jade. You're definitely thinking of Jade.
君たちは神の寵愛を妬んでいるけど、信仰そのものに抗う強さを持っていない。同胞の背中に刃を突き刺す術を知りながら、憎しみの根源を断つ。
So Zelios is criticizing the Rain Tribe or whatever you want to call them, or attacking their kin or their perceived offense by the god that they worship. And the hypocrisy of not dealing with their god that they hate, but dealing with the other tribe, something like that.
そんな君たちと育ってきた私は
These
自身をこの一族の一人だと思っていたこともあったわ。君たちが負った傷はあまり
persecution.
だからこそ私を忌み嫌う気持ちもわかる。
Criticize Hoyo a lot, mostly on their practices, the power group, etc. But their stories are usually interesting. Yes. I don't know what's with the Genshin team though, because they like the Genshin team usually has like a pretty strong kind of skeleton of their story, but the way they flesh it out is so rough. Like a lot of random bullshit you have to do that has nothing to do with the actual story and shit like that. Like, I don't know. They have a really good, the Genshin team has a good job of setting up like a good plot point. Occasionally some compelling characters and like a good setting and all that, and then somehow blowing it midway through the story. Like, I don't know how to explain it properly, but that's probably the best way I can. Darrail had a bit of an issue with Laofu, but they always seem to be good at setup, just like Genshin. They're very good at setup, and unlike Genshin, are pretty good at the climax. Filler, basically 90s anime filler, yeah. Basically a bunch of filler. Darrail does tend to have like one patch that's less serious than the rest of it, more or less, but they're pretty good at, you know, building up to one big climax and finishing the story. There's some stuff that they had trouble with, like in Laofu, for example, and like the black screen white text is annoying as fuck. Like show don't tell. But like kind of skip over that, and then they put filler that doesn't really matter. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, there's some stuff in there that's why did they do this? But in the end though, like as far as storytelling goes, it is leagues above Genshin. Black screen white text reminds me of rant tubers back in 2007 on YouTube. Yeah, but that the black screen white text thing is annoying. They rely on too much for their transitions. And then my problem with Wuwa is the first part of the story going way above my head. Just by, you know, just jumping so quickly through everything. Nothing really got time to sink in. So it's like there's way too much exposition on the Hoyoverse games and not enough exposition in the Kuro games. It feels like. And I heard that 2.0 content in Wuwa is a lot better. And from what I've played so far, it really is. Because at the beginning of this patch, like I just got to the new area and whatnot, and I'm spending a decent amount of time with Zani, where she's kind of explaining how things work in the city, right? It feels a lot more personal, like a lot more information is coming through without the need for too lengthy of a exposition.
君たちを憐れんでいるからこそ私は旅に出るの。新婚の目の死をもって歴史は新たな幕を開ける。私が凱旋する頃
There will be no more unjust gods. I don't know about that.
歪んだ信仰が崩れ去るとき、人の子はきっと新鮮を迎えるはずよ。
A broken faith finally
正
disappears.
論は一つとなり、昼夜が分かたれることもなくなる。
考えが甘い。あんたは確かに強いよ。でも、その頭の
Just trying to bend the two tribes by taking down their common frustration. You might hop on back on Wuwa. Haven't played since the Pine Mountain thing. Finished that and decided to take a break, and it's been a quite extended break. Yeah, so I played through that. There's some rough parts I found, but it was nice. I liked it. And after that you get to hang out with Shorekeeper, if I recall. It was a crazy storyline. But yeah. I didn't like the zone, honestly. Like the characters introduced, but the overall zone was it. Yeah, and you say the characters introduced, but really it was just Chong Li. I think that was the only character I remember really hanging out with that's new. And you got to actually interact with Jue or Yue or whatever the dragon name is. Yeah. And talking with Xingxia some more. I think that's her name, Xingxia. Anyway, like that storyline wasn't terrible, but I wasn't a big fan of the zone. The zone itself. But yeah, I don't know. The cutscenes were nice too, though.
正直言って怖いんだよ。浅はかで弱い人間がその愛の重さに耐えられないって気づいた時、あんたがど
But the dragon fight was fun. I agree. Also, when you get past a certain point in the story, your Spectral Rover finally starts doing Spectral Frazzle. That's good. I rolled Zani, and she was basically useless on my team because I didn't have Phoebe. And I couldn't roll Phoebe, so I tried to. So in the anniversary banner, there's a banner where you get to choose one of the limited summons. Phoebe was one of the ones you could choose, and I tried my best, but I got another copy of Verena, I think her name was, which is kind of a shame, but that's okay.
君たちがかつてくれたものはこの胸に刻むわ。左右のように儚く清らかな優しさを。
My Zani luck was insane though. My first 10 roll on her banner, I got her. I was like, well, I guess I had to build a Zani team. Not realizing her kit. I didn't know that she required like a Spectral Frazzle, and I didn't really realize that I needed to get a certain point in the story before Spectral Rover would actually apply Frazzle. Ugh. That was rough. If I knew that, so I like Zani. I don't regret pulling her, but knowing what I know now, that like a new account, to if you really wanted to min-max that new account, keeping her banner would have probably been smart. And then maybe get her on a rerun or something like that. But like for a new account, she's a bit rough. But to be fair, I kind of I don't know, future proof. I don't know what kind of power scaling they're going to do on that game, but I more or less future proof for the next, I don't know how many months the game. So, you know, that's good at least. I do need Shorekeeper. Oh, need. I do want Shorekeeper since she's really good.
私が話すよりもこの先へ進んで見届けてもらった方がいいだろう。英雄たちよ、エーグルの後を追うのだ。ここからはソラビスと共に案内しよう。すまない我が末裔よ。またゆっくり話せるといいな。
When I get to the end of the story in Star Rail, I'll be playing some more Wuwa. I don't know if that'll be today. We'll see. But probably by next stream, because I may or may not. If I don't finish the Star Rail story on stream, I'll definitely be doing it off stream. If there was an audience for it, I would start up a free-to-play account on this game to go through the story again. For people who are interested in the story of the game, but not so much interested in playing the game. But you don't really have that. We'll probably have to wait until the voice actor stuff gets settled. I would feel somewhat obligated for something like that to happen, to play it on English VA. Raja.
いや、そういえば大英雄であるセネオス様と結ばれた人については全く記録が残っていないんです。
Her partner.
その人も戦士だったんでしょうか。
Oh, right. She must have had a child at some point. I pressed the wrong button. Have I been getting any sort of materials at all? No. Such a shame. So my current teams that I want to work on, I really ought to just fix this stuff up. But my current teams that I'm working on is Cast 3's team. I can change. I can actually change this to Gallagher. Bushwan to Gallagher. So theoretically, this would be my second team. Oh, another thing I could do. Instead of Asta. Who was it? Maybe it was just Asta. Minion, maybe? I feel like this would be too... Well, no, because you don't need to use Pela's skill. You don't need to use Gallagher's skill. So it should be fine. Something like this. Although I feel like Himiko would do better with another sub DPS, but I don't really have good sub DPS for her. Kimiko teams. Oh, you know what? No. I remember now. This is my pure fiction team. So it would, instead of her, I had Herda. There we go. So this would be my second pure fiction team. And this would be my second MOC, and what the other one's called, I forget. AS. Something Shadow. Gallagher. Where the hell are you? Gallagher. Something like this. There's a lot more single target build, but so I need to level up those two. I need to put a lot of work into her. I'm thinking about finishing my pure fiction team first, because that's closer to being complete than my other team here. But yeah, we'll see. I still need a lot of work. She still missing her bonus ability there. Definitely needs her traces worked on here. I can activate one of her abilities. Yeah, I gotta wait up before doing that. So you only have to finish up these two characters. Traces on this, light cone, and traces on her. You need to send her. But she's not far off. Global erudition team. I wonder. I think it's supposed to stack with erudition characters. I'm not sure. Break, charge, to do. See, this is a difficult part. To do our follow-up, you need to weakness break all the fucking time. But I thought he worked well with erudition, like stacked with erudition characters. I'm not sure. Burn. Maybe not. I wonder why she's not doing any damage with her ultimate. Jesus. Alright, back. Stepped away to get some coffee. Freaking of. The bottom of my coffee is freaking cold. Yeah, I thought she stacked somewhat with other erudition characters, but I could be wrong. I guess I am wrong, unless one of her islands. Oops. Yeah, I don't think so. My herd is almost E6. Yeah, I don't think she does either. Notice how, like, cold coffee tastes the worst. See, yeah, it's not great. I'm not wasting my coffee. Notice how tame some of these talents are by their talents. These trace abilities are just more damage to frozen enemies, resist crowd control debuffs, and skills used damage boost on targets increases. And it's like this is just kind of like HP is 80% or higher. Crit rate increase. 20% more damage with burn. Attack to cleave, which is allows her to apply burn. But then you go characters, castries. They're my strongest damage dealer, right? Each time Nethering uses breath, scorches the shadow, which is one of his abilities. Well, his 2 abilities that he has. Damage increased 30% up to 6 times. Lasts until the end of his turn. Like what? After ally targets, excluding Nethering, receive healing, converts 100% of the healed into new bud. So that's like the charge to allow him to spawn, right? Convert HP, which is not a big deal. This is just bringing it out, like in regards to just popping out the memo sprite. Caster's current HP is higher than or equal to 50% of her max HP. So as long as it's 50 or higher, her speed increases by 40%. Nethering uses ability and deals field damage to all enemies on the field. It brings them to a point where their HP cannot be reduced further. Nethering speed increases 100%. Like, what the hell? These talents are ridiculous. Not to mention, like, these skills now, these talents and stuff like that. It's just a fucking essay to read. But like, look at Hyacinth. Hyacinth, when her speed exceeds 200, increases her and Lil Ica, or Fat Fuck's max HP by 20%. Then for every 1 excess speed, increase Hyacinth and Fat Fuck's outgoing healing by 1%, up to a max of 200 excess speed can be taken into the account for this effect. What? Increases Hyacinth and Fat Fuck's crit rate by 100% when providing healing to an ally target whose HP is equal to or less than 50% of their max HP. Increases Hyacinth and Fat Fuck's outgoing healing by 25%. Increase Hyacinth's effect res by 50%. When using his skill and ultimate, dispels 1 debuff from all ally targets. Yep, 100% crit rate. Up. They just get a 100% crit rate. Don't need any more crit. Nope. That's it. GG. Doesn't show one here, I guess, but it must be just in combat, right? Back in my day, we used to build for crit. Yeah. Even look at the Trailblazer. Like, granted, she's for free, so it's fantastic that we get strong main characters, which Genshin team fucking take notes. When the max HP of max energy of an ally target as med support exceeds 100, and for every 10 excess energy, additionally increase the multiplier of true damage dealt by mem support up to 2.82%, up to a max increase of 20%. So true damage, non-type damage, not affected by any effects. Damage is not considered as using one tag. So it like bypasses their resistances. She gives people true damage. So what's it called? Where is it? Increase all allies crit damage by an equal 13.2% of men's crit damage plus 26.4%. If the charge has yet to reach 100%, Mem automatically uses Baddie's Trouble when taking action. When charge reaches 100%, Mem immediately takes action. In the next action, can select one ally and use Let Me Help You. Which I don't know where it is. Right here? Baddie's Trouble, Let Me Help You. There we go. Advances the action of one designated ally by 100%, grants immense support lasting 3 turns for every 1 instance of damage dealt by a target that has immense support. Additionally, deals 1 instance of true damage equal to 30% of the original damage. Uses this ability on this unit. Cannot trigger the action advance effect. And on top of that, for Eidolon, which one was it? Increase the crit rate of an allied target with med support by 10%. When allied target has med support, the effect of med support also applies to the target's memo sprite. Like, what? Oh, right here. Ultimate's crit rate is set at 100%. This is just build crit damage. You don't need crit rate on this character. So like this stuff is not a big deal, but like these abilities are fucking strong. Abilities are ridiculous. Even Run May for every 10%, and this is a character that was released during Penacony. In battle, for every 10% of Rowan May's break effect that exceeds 120%, her skills additionally increase allies' damage up by 6%, up to a maximum of 36%. Increase break effect by 20% for all allies. Like this shit's ridiculous compared to the release characters. I mean, Kafka's not that good. It's like... Kafka buffs, I heard, are pretty decent though, which is nice. But yeah, they really need... If they rework... I bet you if they just rework these bonus abilities of the earlier characters, they could really boost up the strength of these characters into like more modern day characters. Oh yeah, they're making humans on godlike level. Yeah, it's insane. Mind you, like the enforced characters basically are gods. At least they're gods in their world. But yeah, it's like some of this shit's crazy, bro. Crazy. I like March 7th. So her whole idea is you make someone a master or Shifu, like her like almost like a her like who she's training under, I guess, is the idea of that fluff. But every time her Shifu uses an attack or skill, she follow-up attacks. Just kind of cool. But I digress. Look at that freaking power scaling though. It's like, it's insane. Like if they change up the bonus abilities for the earlier characters, guaranteed they can, because there's a lot of room they can do. Like, what's the cat? Oh, Steel Slammers event. If you do the Steel Slammers event, you get a little buddy. Look at him, it's cute. Got glasses, nice. I think he's the only one that exists right now. I'm not sure. Yeah, you get a pet. I don't know what's going on. I'm getting spammed on my phone. Oh, do they have these things? I would imagine they had these things when you were playing, right? Reminds me. Can I not make one the other way? I need a lot more. So these, if hold on, if I go back to synthesis, so you know how you can craft like synthesize this stuff, right? Or maybe not hands, but custom synthesis, right? Using those, you can choose your main stat. Well, now you can choose your subsidiary stats, and it only requires 1 for 1 choice, but you require 4 for 2. So that's a little crazy. You gotta guarantee your 2 your substats on all your pieces except for your head and hands, which you cannot custom synthesize. Hold on. Mark discard. I don't know how. Let's just pop that. There we go. And quick select 4-star below. Salvage. We also have auto salvage. I don't know if that was sure what patch that was in. So the last time I played before coming back was Lao Fu. I defeated, what's her name, Chrysynthia or something like that. And that was the last thing I did in the game that I remember. So yeah. Yes. 4 HP, got HP, defense. Kind of well rounded. Don't really need to break back, but that's fine. So yeah, you get that now, and you can just craft some pieces. I don't know for sure. I do need to use I do need to craft more speed on her because I need to get to 200 speed. Because even her relic sets, right? So this relic set is if her speed, so her 2-piece, her speed goes up by 6%. When the wearer speed is 135/180 or higher, the wearer and their mana sprays outgoing healing increases by 12/20%. So you really want to get at least 180 for that set. And then you look over here, 2-piece increasing speed by another 6%. And then when wearer or the memo spray provides healing, we're against triple rain, last 2 turns, can trigger once per turn. While this wearer has triple rain, the speed increases by 6%, and all allies crit damage increases by 15%. So, like, her thing is get to at least 200 speed, get 200 or higher, so that you can pop this ability, which means that, you know, they get more max HP and then more outgoing healing. It's just, the idea is gotta go fast. So she's speed stacker, HP stacker, and she does damage based on HP as well. So her, yeah, when her memo sprite attacks, what is it? Deals damage by an amount equal to 18% of the tally of healing done by Hyacinth, and Fat Fuck in the current battle clears 50% of this tally of healing. So as they keep healing, and the heal is, from what I'm aware of, based on max HP, the more you do, does a lot of damage. Let's see. will consume 4% of their own max HP and heal the allied target with the reduced HP for an amount equal to 2% of Hyacinth's max HP plus 20. Wait, what? Okay. So there's passive healing. So that means there's passive healing when the character goes to take their turn, they get healed based off of the HP that is consumed off of Hyacinth's memo sprite plus 2% of Hyacinth's max HP plus 20. Hyacinth is in the buff state. So every time, basically when you do spam her skill, right? Gains 1 extra turn and automatically casts an ability after she uses it. So that's his attack. His AoE attack. Moreover, when that fuck triggers the talent's healing effect, additionally restores HP for allied targets by another 2% of her max HP plus 20. After his ability, duration of all their continuous effects decreases by 1 turn. So yeah, it's a little ridiculous. And then hers, when let's see, provides healing, increase I guess damage up to by 65% for 2 turns, stacks 3 times. So the skill restores HP equal to 6.8% of Hyacinth's max HP plus 133 for all allies, and restores HP equal to 8.5% of Hyacinth's max HP plus 166 for the memo spray. So like her whole kit, you just build max HP and speed and you're good. Max HP and speed, right? And she doesn't need to build any crit damage to, crit chance to do damage because of this fucking thing. So I should just pull this one up too, shouldn't I? Oh, I'm kind of saving for this one first. So I'll get this one. I'll get this. And then I'll get this last. Another 6% increase effect res. So it's funny. She gets 50% just from having this talent, right? 50 plus 6, so 56. Another 4, so 60% just on her talent page alone. Her traces alone. So you only need what, 40%? Oh, and hold on, there's a base as well, right? So where's she at right now? With what I have. Effect resistance 27.9%. So yeah, I'm pretty close to capping out my shit. Kind of hit the 100% crit rate node. I don't know why I do. Yeah, it's like, here, just crit all the time. Who cares? Let me look. The build, what does it say for her effect res? 32%. So she has a 68% crit effect res for free from her bonus ability and traces. After achieving her other stat goals. Yeah. So you just get 32% and you're good. On your stat page, I guess. So I think I have 27.9, right? Pretty close. So in combat I need 200%, 200 speed. So I'm actually curious. Maybe I'll do a combat. If I remember, in combat I'll check what speed she's at in combat. After using her ability, because that's what I need to pop her speed buff there. Oh, is this where they fought their god, I guess, right? You know what's funny is you want Hyacinth's speed as high as you possibly can get it, but you want Castoris' speed under 95. Actually, Castoris' light cone actually reduces your speed. So you have one fast fuck and one slow fuck? Yeah. Uh-huh. Everyone was scared because you killed their god. Big surprise. How much of a god if it could be killed? Wow. Aww. The outcome was foreseeable. Yeah, I mean.
その考えは確かに甘かったんだろう。
でも記録にある歴史とは違います。天空の一族の神話ではエーグルは重傷を負ってもなお諦めずオンパロスの天空を矛として大地に叩きつけようとしたそうです。それを阻止するため英雄セネオスはその身を犠牲にし
流れた血や残酷な事実、人々の嘆きを覆い隠し英雄の輝かしい功績のみを喧伝する。
Yeah, kind of gloss over the nasty stuff, eh?
お前は伝説の知られざる一面を見ることになる。千年もの間隠されてきた。
Well, the difference is that these guys kind of expect the god to die. You know, a lot of series get a shit, but like how Assassin's Creed handled gods, they weren't gods per se, just more advanced sentient race, pre-human. So that more or less delves into the theory that like gods themselves were more like either extraterrestrials or some sort of higher sentient creature that kind of cared for the human race before the human race was able to take care of themselves. Kind of guiding them, like imagine like the, you know, like the tribes that we don't touch now and us, right? Had supernatural abilities, but they were still mortal, i.e. could be killed. Yeah. Well, even the like Greek mythology, weren't their gods able to die too? It's just that typically, or as far as I know, no mortal kills gods, but the other gods were able to kill the gods, right? Yeah. A lot of that would make sense if you. I don't like to speculate on religion all that much. It's just not what I. It's just not my thing. Religious studies. I have a lot of respect for some of them, but yeah, Greece seems to be like, even in Fate Grand Order, they deal with a lot of god stuff in the Greek setting. But the idea would make sense, right? Because if you think about it, if we have primitive tools and weapons, we're not able to penetrate armors and defenses of these higher sentient beings. Because, like, imagine someone with stone and wooden tools trying to defeat someone with our military technology now. Like, not gonna happen, right? So imagine that gap being perceived as some sort of divinity, right? So I can understand where this theory comes from. But if you have two opposing people with the same technology, they can obviously kill or damage each other, right? But both of them would be more or less invulnerable to such primitive technologies. So yeah, free stream. What the hell? I don't give a shit. Yeah, I'm using Restream to broadcast multiple platforms. I don't know if that comes up on Twitch, like their messages, but no, it doesn't. Okay, that's kind of cool. But it's funny. Restream is telling me that I've got 100 messages while streaming through Restream. So yay. You sent 100 messages, Bo. Probably. Unless it doesn't count, or rather, unless it counts the 2 bot messages, which it might. Good job, Bo. You can be pretty chatty, yeah. That's nice. I like chatting. I like being somewhat social while playing my video games. That's right, Hyacinth. Also, I don't know if you notice, but Hyacinth's color scheme is suspiciously similar to Mark 7's color schemes. In my opinion, anyway. She was a midget March 7th until name popped. Yeah. Well, I consider her bubblegum Barbara. I don't mind Hyacinth. She's not exactly one of my favorite characters. If she wasn't such a boon to my roster, I probably would have skipped her banner. Also, I really like Fat Fuck, her memo sprite. This is chubby little Pegasus. Yeah, it's some Chinese user called it fat fuck, and ever since then everyone just like, we love that name. There's still more to do. You don't say. Oh, they deleted my bridge.
僕たちは足止めしようって魂胆か。でもそれは追い詰めている証でもある。
We'll show them.
火を追う旅の長い道のりと比べたらこれくらい大したことありません。タイタンにいくら阻止されようと絶対に諦めたりしません。
But Hyson looks a little too cutesy for my taste. What are you doing? Everything's shaking now. Oh my god, that's a lot of stuff. Okay, so we know for sure we want that. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Stop. Cool. There we go. That'll do it. Hyson just a shorty, or is she a kid? I don't know. I have no clue. And you know what bothers me? The fact that Hoyo and gacha games in general, that the fact that they're not very forthcoming with ages. So you just kind of, I don't know, ambiguous age of consent, I guess. Like, come on, guys. Cut me some slack here.
お二方にお聞きしたいのですが、セネオス様はどうやって強くなったんでしょうか。
Like, we keep them guessing. We can put them in any situation and be okay. I'm like, okay, what the hell?
偉人であれば誰もが当てはまりそうですが。
In Nikkei, they generally are all adults. There's like a few characters that are much childlike. Yeah, so here's the thing too. It's not like Hoyo is like, okay, everything's adult, period, right? Even if they're like dwarfish in nature, or like, you know, the short queens, or like flat justice characters, you know, all that type of bullshit. Like, we understand the concept of there are characters that look somewhat childish but are not, and stuff like that, I guess, in the anime community. I think it's stuff like moe gaps and shit like that, right? Like the idea of, like, for example, Hyacine being age 20 plus, like, she could very well be just like short Asian girl type thing, right? Like, I know girls in real life who are yay high and not very well endowed, over 20 years old. It's like, yeah, those people are commonplace, but at the same time, because it's anime, you can't fucking tell. And that's where a lot of the Twitter, like, child what's it called, child representing characters or something like that, I forget what they call them now, but it's like, this is where, like, the idea of that's where these people come out of the woodwork saying, like, all anime is without saying those words, for that type of people, right? Or whatever have you. That's where that generally comes from, which I can kind of see, but I think it's very disingenuous to say such. Especially, like, If you think about it too, like these aren't real characters, real people. Like if you saw someone with proportions, facial proportions like an anime character in real life, you would be fucking terrified, okay? Like the person's eyeballs would be like this large. Anime characters in a real life setting, not attractive at all. It's kind of like look at that human Barbie that she got all those plastic surgery to look like a Barbie doll, and then there's like the Ken doll one. Like they're not attractive people, like in my opinion at least. It doesn't look attractive. So like, but getting past that hold up, like where was that? Like it's disingenuous just to the fact that we understand that, like, if you draw someone at an unrealistic or cartoonish existence, as a cartoonish existence, or if you put in ideal like the ideal skin condition or whatever, like you won't see any blemishes, any wrinkles, etc. and so forth, because you're trying to make it like characters hyper attractive. So I mean, every character is going to have a somewhat childlike appearance when they have no skin blemishes, like no disfigurements or no aging or no like wear whatsoever. Oh my god. Yeah, well, I mean, of course that's going to happen, right? And like, I mean, morally it's like kind of gross, but like objectively, you know, whatever, it's not a real person. I can kind of overlook that. But yeah, it's kind of gross that people just, and it's weird too, because like there'll be characters that are like Hyacinth, for example. Here's a good example. Even if she's like 19 plus, right? What part of her character screams lewd to you? Like, why would you put a character like that in, like, why would you, I don't know. Like, I get it, people are just going to be wanting to look up whatever is attracted to them. So, and like, if they like the cutesy bubbly characters, I guess they're gonna look up that. But yeah. However, the girl, what a harlot. You can see their ankles. But it's like, I don't know. It just seems weird that people just loot the characters no matter what. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't, honestly, it straight up doesn't matter. If they're an anime or game character, people will loot the shit out of them regardless, like disgusting or not, regardless of age, young, old, adult, elder. Doesn't freaking matter. It doesn't seem to matter. It's like the old adage, if it exists, there's a fetish for it. If the character exists, there's porn of it. It really doesn't seem to matter to people. You'll find someone to loot anything. Even like this horse creature. Curious about Hyacinth because, like you said, cousin's best friend. Beard porn is like, oh, hey now. I don't know necessarily if us chudsters really make a big impact on the porn scene anyway. The ugly bastard fetish. Beard porn. Hi J Grace, how you doing? Yeah, I wonder what are people saying about Hyacinth's age? I don't know if I want to look at it there. But of course too, like, have you seen Tribby? So Tribby as a character. Actually, hold on. Before I'll bring her up in the game before doing that. But I am curious about what people are saying saying about her age. Character appearance, I guess. Yeah. Like I said, they don't freaking tell us what the characters' ages are. Yeah, hopefully she's of age. And here's my thing too, like I get the demographic a lot of these gacha games are going for, right? People that are young adults or older teens. First of all, I have a huge moral issue of gacha games being sold to anybody under the age of 21. Full stop. But still, you know, I get that I'm not necessarily, what I'm going with is I get it. I'm not really necessarily supposed to be the main demographic of some of these characters, but it upsets me that there's not more characters, main characters that are like blatantly over the age of 20. And my understanding is that the main character of Star Rail is supposed to be 21 or 23 or something like that, right? Somewhere in their early 20s. So at least there's that. But still, I like it frustrates me because it's like all the characters just treat your character as a child and shit like that. I'm like, Kyan, stop it. Like in Fate Grand Order, and this is what bothers me about Fate Grand Order as well. Your character isn't even the drinking age, so they're under the age of 21 for sure. As far as America is concerned, like guaranteed. I don't know what the, you know what, it's a Japanese game. What's the drinking age in Japan? Because if it's 19. Drinking age is typically 20. Yeah, drinking age in Japan is 20. So for sure, the character in Grand Order is under the age of 20. I think the character in Fate Grand Order is actually between the age of 16 and 16 to 18. I'm not sure. I would bet you that they made the character for Fate Grand Order 18. That would be my guess. But like these teenager characters, like, stop it. I don't like the idea of gacha games having the main character under the age of legal gambling. I don't know what's actually a good question. Gambling age Japan. Actually, here we go. Sort by country. Japan. So you could play pachinko at the age of 18. But the gambling age for lotteries and casinos is 20. In Japan. In China, legal for all ages, 18 lotteries. Wow. You could be any age in China and get away with gambling except for lotteries. And Korea is the other big gacha game developer, 19. So, I mean, maybe, yes, state lottery, I guess. I don't know. I personally don't think that you should be able to gamble under the age of 20. I think 21 is a good age. So here's one thing I think America does right that Canada doesn't, is our minimum age for gambling is 18 to 19, and same with our ability to drink. So 19 to drink, gamble, etc., and so forth. In Ontario, for example. In my opinion, I think America is correct, and I didn't think this way obviously when I was drinking age, because being able to drink legally without buying on my own liquor, yay, fantastic, I love it. But no, I think America was right when they said 21. I think 21 is a good age. With the caveat though, I think that the draft age should be 21 as well, and enrollment and stuff like that. Like, if you're old enough, and here's a thing with like, I don't remember what vet said this, but they were pissed off when they got sent home. They wanted to go back to war. And why? Because they were under the age of 21. They were old enough to go to war, but too young to drink, to gamble, etc. and so forth. So everyone in his own country treats him like a kid. His laws treat him like a kid, but he was out in war, and he was, while engaged in combat, while in war in Vietnam, I think it was Vietnam, he was an adult. He was a man. But everyone at home treats him like a kid. So, in my opinion, no matter what it is, hold on. Oh, I have a delivery. Hold on. Un momento. Sorry, there we go. So, in my opinion, if you're old enough to go to war and kill another person with a weapon, you are old enough to drink, to smoke, to gamble. Whether or not that means you can bypass the and I think this would be terrible, by the way, because that would be a bad incentivization. Whether or not that means you bypass the age, the drinking age and gambling age by going to by signing up for the military, or that it means that the youngest you can be to go draft to war is the age of consent, or whatever you want to call it. Whatever it is, that should be the case, right? Like, you can, I don't believe you should be able to be sent to war but not be able to drink and smoke tobacco. Like, it's bizarre to me that you can be treated as an adult in the theater of war, but you can't be considered an adult for anything else. It's so bizarre. And not to mention too, as far as I understand, you cannot sign a contract. You cannot legally sign a contract until a certain age, right? At what age can you sign a contract? Oh, 18 years to sign a contract. All right. So here's the thing. If you're not considered responsible enough for drugs and alcohol, I don't think you should be considered mature enough to sign a contract and go to war. I think it's incredibly silly that that's a case. Like, I get if you don't have a guardian, you should be able to sign, like, there should be some leeways in a lot of things, right? But like, that said and done, you kind of need to have some sort of consistency there, in my opinion. Anyway, that was a big segue from character ages. Okay, so I can show you Tribby now. Not through that. I had to do that through where's the, not that guide, where was it? Databank. Tribby is... So this character, Tribby. She's like the trope of the 1,000-year-old vampire chick. So she is adorable, by the way. Tribby is like one of the most adorable characters ever, but she literally looks like a little kid, right? So not only do the what they're called as chrysoseirs, not only do they tend to have a larger lifespan, so she's been around for over 1,000 years because she has the power of one of their gods. Not only that, but she was supposedly, I think anyways, she was an adult age or a young adult age when she took that power. And the reason why she's a little kid is because she split into a whole, like 100 of her cells. So, you know, a bunch of small kids now. That's the lore of that character. They actually show her before she got the power and she was, you know, not a kid. So like they do this shit all the time in anime, for better or for worse. They do this kind of shit all the time. And right, so the character looks cute, but like it's weird. It throws into question a lot of stupid shit, right? And of course, yeah, of course non-sexual, but like a lot of these characters are non-sexual. Like bad example, not her. Bronya, not super sexualized. Yeah, she has leggings, big deal. Not really. Doesn't matter, right? Does not matter to people at all. Like I said, Hyacinth doesn't matter. Like they'll lewd the characters just because. Natasha's not all that lewd, but I mean, got big gazungas. But like the ages are weird. So like, Pela, is she sword stack or is she a little girl? I don't know, because she acts mature as hell, but like she acts like she's in her mid-20s, early 30s sometimes, but at the same time, like look at her. Right? The safety line is the leggings. Yeah, for real. Sushang. Looks like she could be young adult, but acts kind of like a teenager. I don't know. And especially the Lao Fu stuff, Lao Fu shit all the time. Like, everyone has increased ages, so like they'll look younger than they actually are. It's like, oh, okay, so you treat like this little short stack lolly character as a kid, but they're actually in their like hundreds or something. Like, fuck's sakes. But this is what I mean, like having these characters, like the ambiguity, the ambiguity of these characters' ages. Like these companies know what they're doing. Some Asian girls are really short, yeah. But yeah, that's the case for, like, I've seen adults with this body type, especially Asian girls, right? But you never know, because fucking that's the way we roll, I guess, in anime. Right? Do they actually have their height in their information? No, I don't think so. Wow, thrashing about. But like, dwarfism exists too and stuff like that. So like, how would you depict a dwarf character in the game if not like a child? So kind of like, okay, that's weird.
つい最近のことだよ。ここが一番上か。不思議なところだ。
相変わらず描かれているのは烈日の風景のようだ。暗雲で壁画を覆えばエーグルは逃げ場を失うんだな。
So here's another thing. It's probably what we eat as Asians. So here's the thing, right? So if calling a so there's a teacher, what anime was this in? So she's basically like a lolly character, but she's supposedly in her 40s. At what point are we conflicted as to call her a lolly character is wrong to loot her, or at what point does that conflict with now you're being ableist because she's a dwarf? You're not treating a dwarf with as much human respect as a normal person, right? I don't know, like, it's all fiddle faddle foo. This is why I don't like getting engaged in like Twitter politics. It's all like stupid, but like, you know, I could share in disgust and what, like, you know what you're fucking doing. Yeah. So like, I don't know. I don't like X. I don't like the drama on X rather specifically. I like it as far as like, you know, talking about stuff. Like the positive aspects I like. But yeah, if we judge by appearances, what do we judge? Appearances or age, or does that have to be both? Like, I don't know. Character is established as being a kid and someone's like, I'll draw them kid. Oh my god. Like Goblin Slayer shit or something. I don't know, but like you can have a character that's as endowed and whatnot as Kafka, and if they just say, oh well, she's 16, you know, like like it's so arbitrary when it comes to anime, and it's like, I don't know, it's freaking silly. It's like the amount of people that are and like, sure, they could be, it could be righteous, it could be right that they do, but the amount of people that will be upset that you lewd characters that are like in appearance young, but will be perfectly okay with or gooning over characters that are actually underage, for sure underage, but have proportionally more mature bodies. Kind of like, you know, like it's weird. Anime is just fiction, yes, and that's why I don't think on it too much. I mean, fiction is fiction. I don't want to get upset about anime characters. Nowadays kids look that, yeah, you know what, if you look at a 30-year-old now or a 25-year-old now and you compare it to that age, let's say 50 years ago, it is crazy the difference. Like, I'm in my mid-30s. I would hazard to guess I would look closer to what like a 25-year-old would look like 50 to 100 years ago. Like, if you look at the founding fathers, what were their ages? Like, rather young. But you can use Final Fantasy VII as a good example. Yuffie is underage, but to a tourist of the game, they probably think young 20s probably. And here's the thing too, like, they put people that are maybe underage into situations that an adult should be in, and talking like an adult and making decisions like an adult, but they're underage. And like, not even sexual positions either. I'm talking like in combat or philosophical positions. Like, in all rights, like a character may be like 14 or 15 years old and may appear that way, but in every other aspect they write them as if they're 30 years old, and it's weird to me. Like maybe it's done on purpose, maybe it's like, I don't know what it could be, but it's just like the age is so arbitrary. It's maybe there just to appeal to the demographic, right? That is our generation, yeah. But like maybe it's just, oh, we need to appeal to a younger demographic, so let's throw an arbitrary age and or setting in here to appeal to that demographic. I don't know. It beats me. I don't know if it's like sort of marketing thing. I don't know what it is. But it's like I can only suspend my disbelief so much before I don't care anymore. Before I either have to ignore it or whatever. Like, it's bizarre. Young adults 16 to 20. Well, I consider young adult like 19 to 24, 19 to 25 or something like that, right? Anywhere before the mid 20s, maybe even late 20s. I don't know. I think you're going to the realm of real adulthood around maybe the age of 28 or something like that. I think the mind, they discover like the brain really stops developing around the age of 30, right? But like, I don't know. Like it's too weird when you start looking at it rationally. Nothing makes sense and everything's stupid. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when you start looking at everything rationally and you take the emotional shit out of it, like everything just, it's like the marketing team obfuscates things so that they can appeal to multiple demographics at the same time. They throw in arbitrary ages and settings to make the characters appeal to certain demographics, despite them being written like they're older or whatever. Like I've seen some shows where it's like these characters could very easily have been college age characters in a college age setting, but you decided to put it in its high school because you want the people that are from the age of 16 to 20 to watch your show, because that's where the majority of the market is. Like, I don't know. Persona is a good example of what you're saying. High schoolers, but outside of the one goof off, none of them really come off as teenage. Yeah. So, I don't know. Like, it's so bizarre that a lot of this discussion is taking place. Like I said, there are people that will just write those characters off as if they're adults in a like in a lewd setting, despite the fact that they're not adults, just because of the way they act or just because of how they're drawn, and then attack anybody who's into more obvious underage stuff, right? It's like, if you want to be ideologically consistent, you'd be talking about yourself as well. Oh, like, you know, and not to mention, you see, and I said this too before, that I noticed that the two people to be most concerned about are the people that are way too open about being attracted to these characters, and the people that are way too vocal about being against attraction to these characters, because it almost feels like that second category, it's just as likely to be drawing, creating, or attracted to those characters. And it's like that's their shield, is their open aggression towards the first group. And even the people that just don't give a shit, or that are just kind of like floating around, that just like, maybe they're just people that are well adjusted to the more desensitized to anime tropes. Like, even those people are kind of caught in the crossfire, and it's just like, what the hell? It's just anime shit. Or like, even if they have a younger character, as like, for example, the VTubers, like, they just want to look cute and act cute. has nothing to do with looting. Like Gura, for example. Well, Gura's maybe a little different because of how she acts, but like I don't think she would ever argue that her character was supposed to be like underage. But like people who play a VTuber character that's like that archetype, like they don't necessarily loot their character out. I don't know, it's bizarre what people are like on X. It all comes down to just X acting like people on X acting like fucking weirdos. In my opinion, Tumblr banning pornography off their site was the hugest detriment to Twitter to have ever existed. X users are weirdos, yes. Yes. Just unhinged. It's kind of why I kind of stay away from shit like that, and I just like talking about that with you guys more or less because, you know, you people aren't unhinged, but I just generally don't talk about that kind of topic very often just because it's volatile and it deals with actual real world issues. Like, we obviously aren't okay with child abuse. It is disgusting and I condemn it wholly, but when it comes to anime shit, I don't take part in that because no matter what you say, you're someone's target number one, right? It's insane. You just like the fact that Twitter is called X. I don't care. It feels weird, but it's nothing's changed. Call it shitter. Yeah, call it shitter and it's spell it like this. There's your solution right there. It's called shitter.
私とルネビスは他の者と同じようにとっくに消え失せていただろう。
その約束こそ天空の子が帰郷するのを待ち、タイタンの火種を回収する使命を。
Blue Sky is the worst platform I've ever seen in my life, but sorry, I'm probably being a little hyperbolic. Blue Sky is really fucking bad. It's like the most unhinged people to have ever existed. Twitter wasn't unhinged enough for them, and then they created Blue Sky. You know what I'm saying? It's like shitter wasn't unhinged enough, so they created Blue Sky. There are plenty of decent people on Blue Sky, though. There are a lot of content creators, a lot of people who create art that are just in it to get are in Blue Sky, just, you know, for the extra engagement, to, you know, release your art on more platforms and stuff like that. There are genuinely good people that go to Blue Sky, just like there's genuinely good people that hang out on X. Like, not everybody on X is unhinged. Not everybody on any social media platform is unhinged. So you got a lot of like down-to-earth people on these platforms as well. So yeah, there are plenty of good people out there, but I mean, the unhinged people that are out there really make it difficult for people to enjoy social media, and it sucks for everybody, right? Well, it's like the fan bases, for example, the Genshin fan base. The amount of people that go wild, like go absolute monkey brain on content creators who dare criticize Genshin no matter how legitimate it is. It's like, are you for real? Like, Genshin is not a perfect game. It is getting dated, and as competition comes out to take what Genshin does well and improve upon that, and kind of issue some of the things that is found wanting in that game. Like, you're going to have to expect that there are going to be better games out there. Like, that's like, it's a fact, right? People are going to build upon the shoulders of Titans. And while Genshin was an amazing game on release, without the team wanting to change, it's going to kind of stagnate, while other games like Wuwa will come out and be like, this is what Genshin did good. This is what people have a problem with. Let's see if we can create a game that cuts out some of that fat while at the same time improving upon what it did well. Now, Wuwa's not perfect as well. Like, it comes out with its own set of issues, but Kuro Games seems very intent on fixing the problems that it has. Star Rail has, it appears their team has a little bit more flexibility than Genshin team does. You see characters getting buffed now to kind of help with the power creep, but it does still have a set of issues that Genshin does, and it seems to be Hoyoverse doesn't want to fix this issue when it comes to their games, where there's material lockouts. Wuwa doesn't have that problem, right? You go in, as long as you have energy to clear all your content that you want to clear, you can just keep farming materials. It does not matter. And relics, they're echoes. You can just keep farming echoes. It doesn't matter. You don't use up energy to farm echoes. You use up energy to farm relics in the game, in the Hoyoverse games. And that is like a huge gripe that people have, that they are Hoyoverse fans in and of themselves. Even the people that attack Kuro shills, the Hoyo shills that attack the Kuro shills, still have the same issue that they're complaining about, where you're locked out of material farming. A lot of the farming that you're not locked out on these other games. And what sucks is these Hoyoverse games have been out for so long that there's so many characters, you don't really need to gate people to farm these materials. There's just so many characters now. And it's not like there's a player run economy or PvP in the game that you have to worry about for bots. So, like, I don't know. Huh.
気をつけろ。敵がいる。それも暗黒の潮に侵食された兵士がこんなに。今なお。ここにある真実を守っているのだろう。
約束された天空の末裔を除いて誰もこの場所の記憶を見る権利はないからな。
あの後一体何があったのか。まずはこいつらを片付けよう。最後の歴史の授業はそれからだ。
So I guess my boss battle is coming up soon, right?
ヘリオスが軽くなっている。なんだろう。闇を切るだけでなく黄金の炎で黎明さえも作れそうだ。
One of the most unhinged things on Blue Sky is alt text. You can add description to pictures you post, and if you don't, you're ableist. I'm confused. Why would you need to describe a picture? With text. well, the same impairment that keeps you from viewing an image would keep you from viewing a text. That doesn't make sense. Like, what impairment do you need to not be able to see an image, but you can read a text? Yeah, but you gotta write out a description, so I'm confused. And isn't it actually kind of oppressive to... Oh, hold on. Let's see your example before I make this argument. What? Why? What impairment is this? Is this supposed to, like, help? It almost seems like they're trying to train AI, actually, more than anything else. Is this like some reverse psychology, some sort of weird psyop to train AI? It's not Blue Sky enforcement, it's a user thing. Yeah, but it's stupid. Like they're not actually taking people like that seriously, is it? I seriously feel like these people are psyop, a bot psyop to like convince people to train AI programs. I'm not crazy for thinking that, am I? Like cause nothing makes sense. It's funny because people love Twitter, among other reasons, because of Grok. Yeah. But even still, like, I don't know. I don't know why you would leave Twitter for Grok when when every company is developing their own AI. Like, what do you want Twitter to just not do that? Or rather, X? Just a post from an unhinged person saying they'll actively block anyone that's seen alt text. What little fantasy world do you live in? Yeah, for real. And like, why do you think you're so important that your blocking my account is going to be upsetting to me? Like, who are you? Right? Well, yeah, like get out of here with that shit.
の目で見ていただきたいです。
Well, I see.
あと少しですね。なんだか変な感じがするわ。ここの記憶渦巻いてる。まるで長い時間ずっとさまよってたたくさんの感情が
Thought he was supposed to mean Mem. By the way, I'm fairly sure Mem is Finon's childhood friend for some reason, but I have no idea. Like maybe she was originally the Chrysos heir for Orberus or whatever. I don't know. That time god. Is it haunted?
さまよう記憶は何かを祈ってるようね。すごく苦しくて悲しい。この感じ、スティクスをさまよってた魂たちと同じだわ。
準備はいいかい、ヒアンシ。
Funny thing, yeah.
火を追う旅はもうすぐ終わりを迎えます。
It was kind of hoisted onto us by
どれほど残酷であろう
something.
と、たとえ何があろうとも。
Orbis, I guess, is its name. But at the same time, I think it has something to do with Fuli.
ああ、埋もれた歴史を掘り起こそう。脚色され、
私も同じ気持ちです。ファイノー様。
さあ天将棋に触れるのだ。ヒアシンシアよ。世界に忘れられた歴史がこれよりよみがえる。その信念を決して揺るがすでないぞ。
Ooh, I got a bonus track. You know what? I feel like the boss is coming out, so I'm gonna pre-buff.
神婚は移ろい、天正を支配す。暗雲を抱け、天正画の壁。
Right into the eyeball. Like, oh no.
誰を捕まえたかと思えば、旧神を信仰してる時代遅れの信者じゃねえか。
What?
お前の信仰する弱っちいタイタンは我らが武神にやられた。今となっちゃ鍛冶屋の牢に残ったカスと同じさ。お前は前時代の神にすがる哀れなやつだよ。さっさとくら替えしたらどうだ。そのしょうもない信仰心の強制を手伝ってやっかよ。
強制という
More zealots?
心と体に苦痛を与えるということでしょう。
Ruthless new believer's voice is very familiar.
そんなのごめんよ。信仰を免罪符に悪事を働く獣に屈するくらいなら死んだ方がマシだわ。
おい聞いたか。この晩から人を笑わせるのがお得意みたいだぜ。お前輝きの民だよな。なあ教えてくれ。信仰を理由に雨の民を虐げ、灼熱の日で人々を苦しめてた時、あの歴史が落ちるのを想像した。
Everyone's a dick.
私は。
いいって言い訳を聞くつもりはね。さっきなんて言ってたか。ああ、信仰を免罪符に悪事を働く獣に屈するくらいなら死んだ方
Time
が
to get to
マ
Jack.
シだ。
Hey. Gonna jack every dick you see? What the hell?
ってことは死んでも文句はないってことだ。早速やっちまうとしよう。
Pretty sentence yourself. All we're doing is falling through.
おい、
Wow.
ケファレは自身をもとに創造物を生んだが、その優しさと寛容さは受け継がれなかったようだ。大丈夫かい、ヒヤンシ？
はい、ファイノン様。このようなことは
The
なん
hell?
となく想像してましたから。ただセネオス様がタイタンに宣戦布告する前に抱いていた純粋な願いを思うと、どうしても胸が締め付けられます。続きを見ましょう。
セネオスは神殺しの力を持っていたが、人の子の心に根付く因果を断ち切ることはできなかった。
Yeah, it appears to be a karmic cycle. That makes sense.
神婚は移ろい、天正を支配す。神を払え、天正画の壁。
あれはまさか、一体どういうことだ？
どうか我々を、見捨てられた天空の子をお助けください。カイニス殿、影の道を行く
Highness.
強き者よ。
He's an asshole.
粛清者がどうして？天空の子は彼らに助けを求めたのか？
あなたたちは黄金の血を流す偉人を借り、呪われた子らがもたらす汚れを清めていると聞きます。どうか我々のために義を振るってください。あの黄金の血を流す魔女が誇り高き神婚の目に騙し討ちを仕掛け、かの尊き神格を踏みにじったのです。神が。
天空の子よ、お前たちからは絶望の匂いがする。粛清者は人の味方だ。当然神を冒涜
The cleaners are who killed.
を消すのに手
Well,
を
maybe I
貸そう
shouldn't boil too much if you're planning on playing again.
だが妖来の騎士とその翼獣はあまりに盛況。正面から挑めば敗北は
Might
必要
come
だ
up
ろう。
naturally in the game, in which case, whatever. But
お前たちに策を授ける。
彼らは手段を選ばなかったんだな。まさかけど結果は失敗した。
Hines is still alive, so
そうだね。
あの裏で手引きしていた者たちは残忍で無情だが愚かではない。苦しむ者たちを救おうとは考えておらず、その真の粛清対象は天空のこの中にいた罪なき黄金名。しかし奴らの思惑を知ったのは後になってのことだがな。
火を追う旅が始まる前、黄金衛は神託の正当性をめぐって戦争を引き起こしたと聞く。トリビー先生の分身もかなり巻き込まれたそうだ。当時の人々が黄金の血を呪いだと思うのも仕方ない。
that's pretty crazy.
その時セネオス様はどこにいたんでしょう。どのような気持ちで全てを見てたんでしょうか。
その答えはすぐにわかるだろう、ヒヤンシ。
彼女の慈愛は無慈悲な裏切りにあった。人の子に注がれる愛はことごとく燃やされ、残されたのは 尽きない進化のみであった。
神婚は移ろい、天正を支配す。真の歴史を見せよ。天正画の壁。
Stop talking so slow. Yeah, for real.
これでも逃げ場はないはずだ。タイタン。
見て。
Oh boy.
ルネビス様にソラビス様。
どうやら1000年前の彼らの影みたいだね。
翼獣様、一体何をなさるおつもりですか。私どもはセネオス様の敬虔な信者です。あの方を裏切るような真似は決していたしません。
どうか寛大な処置を。憎しみに我を失っていたのに。
Oh Jesus.
国威の連中につけ込まれ。
翼獣様、この者たちに罰をお与えください。前時代の愚か者を粛清してこそ天空の子は武神の下で団結できましょう。
強者が弱者を虐げ、信仰は迫害の口実となった。
I don't know why, but Solibus's voice sounds familiar to me.
弱者は強者となったが、憎しみは今も続いている。
セネオスはすでに審判を下した。
Uh-oh.
人の子の癒しさはもはや
Oh jeez.
救いようのない死病であると。
ですが、あの方は人間を深く愛しているのではないですか。我々はもう見捨てられたということでしょうか。
火種に触れたことでセネオスはタイタンの視点を得た。
そして彼女は神が恐れているもの、闇に目を張り、
神が暗雲から逃げたのは烈日をひいきしていたからではなく、ただあの深い闇を恐れたため。
しかしながら人の子は神の考えを曲解し、
Jesus.
それを鋭利な刃に変えて殺し合った。悲哀と惨劇によって生まれた歴史はここに終わる。
武神が、あのお方は私たちにどのような運命を授けるのでしょうか。
セネオスの言葉を伝えよ。私が深く愛しながら
Unsavable. This doesn't sound like it's going to end up very well for these guys.
この体に黄金の血がたぎる今、天空の暴君でさえ私に屈した。
神の百眼を通じてこの小さな大地を俯瞰した時、私は決意した。英雄の本能に従い、
その未来は君たちの足元にある灼熱の黄金池の中を流れている。
喜ぶがいい。
Oh Jesus.
血と骨が
So what? She threw everybody into the gold?
液体と一つになった時、
君たちはようやく真の団結が何たるかを理解する。
いつかこんな日が来ると思ってたよ。けどこれはあんたのせいじゃない、セネオス。あんたの唯一の過ちは人に期待を寄せすぎたことさ。
ルネビス様、ソラビス様。
Give him a golden crown? Honestly, worst at the... Well, that was pretty bad, wasn't it?
ああ、私たちはセネオスのために働く。
あの日 数えきれないほどの天空の子が神婚の目の電球から落ち、金色の溶岩に飲まれた。彼らは生涯をかけて天空に祈りを捧げてきたが、その信仰心が命を救う翼になることはなかった。
ああ、彼女の経験してきた全てを知って今。
I still can't believe Martin hasn't finished the next book. It's been 14 years. Yeah, that's insane. It's okay. I didn't get into the those books, Song of Ice and Fire. I ended up getting into The Wheel of Time instead, considering the adaptation not only was kind of a flop but got canceled. It is what it is. Amazon Prime screwing the pooch once again. The Wheel of Time is an amazing story. I can't believe they fucked up the show. Yeah, got canceled. Just not going to be a fourth season. The show writer kind of screwed up, but at the same time, what also kind of really screwed them is COVID coming in during their the COVID nonsense coming in, and then the actors strike. The Boys and Reacher. So apparently the Boys adaptation is not even a very good adaptation. They just kind of did their own thing with it. But apparently, at the very least, yeah, it's consistent.
これが本当の歴史なら、セネオス様とエーグルが融合したのも天才から人々を救うためではなかったと。
火種に触れた後、セネオスはタイタンの恐怖を理解しただけでなく、その冷淡さも感じた。
As an adaptation, not a one-to-one, was good. Yeah, like, I don't ever expect an adaptation to have one-to-one, but sorry, my nose is so itchy. Something wrong with my nose. I think it's because it's dry. Spin-off Gen V was good, but don't think getting a season 2 of that because none of the one of the main characters actors died. Jeez. But yes, what was I saying? Yeah, I don't expect adaptations to be one-to-one, but I do expect most of the essence of what the author had for that story to be transposed properly, right? And I expect them not to change the lore, like do weird things with the lore, right? So like, for example, One Piece, the adaptation was good not because it was a one-to-one, but because they kept the spirit of the show, the manga, intact. They kept the characters as close to the original characters as they possibly could, stuff like that, right? I mean, there's stuff they could have done better, but like obviously they're not going to be able to one-to-one an anime, let alone an anime as far-fetched as One Piece. So that's fine, but they didn't use their position to change what the characters are like. They didn't change their lore, the world and all that stuff to suit their personal taste. They're like, no, we're adapting these characters. We're going to keep the characters like they are and stuff like that. I don't know. We loved the live action One Piece, had some issues, mostly CGI usage. It was not like they could have used practical effects for the yeah, they couldn't really, like, it's impossible for them not to use CGI, and they could only do so much, and that's why they changed a lot of like the scenes to like be a more dark and stuff like that, is that it's easier to hide CGI magic and stuff like that. So yeah. it is what it is. Like, you can only work within the boundaries of what's possible, right? So you expect anything more would be a bit selfish, but you know, like I said, they can only do what they can do. And so it's not like I have very high expectations, or not like I had high expectations for Wheel of Time either, but they they kind of messed around with the essence of some of Robert Jordan's writing, and that's what kind of bothered me. So like, I don't know how to word it properly, but like there's some stuff they really didn't have to change the way they changed it, and they did. I don't think that upset a lot of Wheel of Time fans. Yeah, like, you have to change what you have to change, and you have to get around the whole like one of the actors abandoning the set for whatever they had to do. It is what it is. But they had to deal with that. They had to deal with COVID, that they had to deal with the Actors Guild strike. There's some stuff that they had to write around. I accept that. That's why I was never really harsh on them, their adaptation. But there are some stuff in there that's like, okay, that was obviously a screenwriter's fault. What the hell? Richard seems pretty in line with Lee Child's work. Never read them all, but did read the book that the first season is based on, and there's some changes, but overall I'd say it's pretty in line. Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of a shame Wheel of Time left off where it left off, but you know what, the show getting canceled is not unexpected. There's a lot of issues, and it just wasn't getting popular. The audience that they should have been catering to, they weren't catering to, and so they didn't really get that audience. I don't know. Kind of surprised Fallout got renewed for season 2. I'm not really. A lot of people liked the Fallout live action, right? So, and is Fallout Netflix? If they're not Netflix will cancel things all the time. They're very sensitive, but Amazon is not likely to cancel off of one season. Which, I mean, we got 3 seasons of Wheel of Time, and that didn't do anywhere near as their projections, right? But like I said, they try to appeal to people that weren't the fans, like the Wheel of Time fans. So, you know, that they get what they get, right?
エーグルが人々の信仰を望んだことはなく、天空の文明が築かれたのも、人のこの意志が結実しただけに過ぎない。タイタンが天空の子に送った
The whole civilization built around the Sky Titan was a human thing. It had nothing to do with the Titan itself. Huh.
人間にすっかり失望したセネオスは神聖の霊探査に憧れを抱くようになった。そして彼女は私たちを大地に使わせ、
アナイクス先生が研究していた錬金術、1000年も前から存在していたのか。
天空の子に死刑を宣告したセネオス様、人間性を捨てたセネオス様、これがあの方の選んだ道なら、私とご先祖様たちは一体誰の願いを守ってきたんでしょう。
Good question, Hyson. I know what you did last summer got canceled after the one season on Amazon and left on a cliffhanger. Yeah, that's crazy because Amazon seems to be more willing to push a second season than Netflix does, so that's interesting.
最後の歴史のかけらはこの先にある。さあ、拾いに行くとしよう。非安心。
あの時のセネオスと同じように、そなたもこの一歩を踏み出すのだ。
The 3 shows have been to cancel on Amazon. As long as One Piece doesn't get canceled, I'll be happy. Oh no, that's Netflix. But as long as they don't get canceled, I'll be happy. It's a shame because I was pretty confident with Wheel of Time. I thought they would see it through.
私と金光の庭のご先祖様たちは本当に彼女の血を継いでるんでしょうか?
For season 2, yeah, supposedly they got greenlit for season 3 as well.
もうすぐ真実が明らかになりますね。何が待ち受けていようと、私はこの使命から逃げません。
It looks like they plan on doing the Alabasta arc, and they're postponing Alabasta because originally they wanted to do Alabasta as season 2, but they said that's too big to fit in with everything else going on to from where they're at to I can't believe I just forgot Alabasta. So Alabasta, they'd really need to spend a lot of time on getting Alabasta right. I think season 3 being the Alabasta season will pretty much set whether or not One Piece will continue or get canceled. If they flop season 3, it's a hard like season 3 is the crux, right? Whether or not they're gonna go forward the series or not. I feel like anyways. We'll see how they're gonna handle super giant characters like Whitebeard, Big Mom, etc. Yeah. That's going to be interesting. I'm wondering if they're just going to shrink them. Right? It is not necessary for them to be giants, right? And even like a Garp, for example. Garp in the anime and manga is pretty freaking large. Not like Whitebeard level big, but they're pretty big. But yeah, they might be like taller characters like Garp is, but not as giant as they are depicted in the manga. And so why Oda makes these characters huge is to show power dynamics, right? He wants to visualize as much as possible power dynamics in the show, because they don't really have power levels and stuff like that, right? That's not really a thing. So he wants to show you know, this character is stronger than the last character, and with the way that the power structure he has in his story goes, he doesn't really have a lot of opportunity to do that, because it's not like you see a bunch of auras and etc and so forth. Like they'd have to look somewhat consistently human in his world. So to do that, he just seems to make them bigger. Just make them big. So that's kind of what he does. He doesn't really need to, but it is. Of course. Let's go, Hyacinth. Look how small she looks in there. May encounter, it says. Man, must contain Hyacinth. Be very difficult for SB heavy team to do this then. Friend's favorite character was Ace. Conversely, one of your favorites is Akainu. Oh my god. What a dynamic.
ご覧ください。この傷ににじむ金色の血を。私も黄金への一人、セネオス様と同じで神託に選ばれた人間なのです。
So, one of my favorite characters is Robin. So, to be fair, you and I have some beef in that regard too. Robin is really fucking cool.
嘘はついていないようだ。
Akainu friggin' destroying her fucking island and her life, basically.
セネオス、そなたと同じようだが、どうする？黄金栄か。他の人間とさして変わらないようだが、君は烈日の子だな。君の一族がタイタンの偏った寵愛を口実に、ありとあらゆる家族を虐げたとき、いえ、エーグルが死した後、君は信仰を変え、私を新たな神とした。では、君の同胞が信仰を変えない者たちに切っ先を
His favorite straw hat is Frankie. Oh my god, yes! Should feel super. That's how you should feel. Frankie. What a fucking Chad. Hello, Frankie.
黄金栄がこのすさんだ世界の英雄に選ばれた時、君は心の弱さを克服し、その切なる呼びかけに応じたか？
Wait, let me go back on that. So yeah, she didn't stop from oppressing the rain tribe. And didn't stop people from oppressing the old people of the old faith. And let's see, when the prophecy of Genesis reached all beings, the crisis heirs, calling crisis heirs to become heroes of the fractured world, to overcome your inner weakness and heed its urgent call. Oh, did she abandon her duties as a crisis heir? Oh my god. So like, why should she be treated different if she acted no different than the rest of them? Just because she has golden blood.
灼熱の黄金だけある。お待ちください、セネオス様。私が弱いのは認めます。あなたの神聖に比べれば、凡人である私たちはとても醜く見えるでしょう。ですが私たち人間は孤独を抱えながら何千何万年という時を積み重ねてきました。それでも人間は壮大な都市国家と豊かな文明を築き上げた。時に悪しき考えにとらわれることもあったでしょう。
Okay.
しかし心に闇を抱えているのは確かですが、人間には我々には忍耐という美徳があります。今私が持っているもの、これから得られるかもしれないもの、その全てをかけてでもあなたに慈悲を乞いましょう。これはただの人間にも自らを救う力があるのだと証明するためでもあります。
己の弱さをこうも恥じ合わずに認めるとは、もはや尊厳などない。
これから得られるかもしれないものをかけると言ったの。それがどれほど興味深いものか。簡単です、セネオス様。
慈悲をいただけるのであれば、エスカトンが全ての文明と伝説を飲み込むその時まで、私の子孫があなたの伝説を語り継いでいきましょう。私とあなたの耳に届いた旧世の信託がもし現実のものとなった時、私の子孫がいずれここに戻り証明します。あなたから見て劣っている人間にもこの世界を背負う
Okay. So Hyacinth is her descendant. That's Celios.
面白い。行かせてやれ。ソラビス、ルネビス、これより彼女とその子孫は天空の祝福と呪いを同時に受けることになる。楽しみにしているぞ。その時が訪れたら、先祖に裏切られた人の子を預けてやろう。
That's an eyeball? Yeah, it's been an eyeball this whole time.
これが歴史の全貌。ヒヤシ。
私があの黄金栄の末裔なんですね。私たち一族は英雄の血を受け継いでるわけじゃなく、セネオス様に命乞いをした名もなき黄金栄だった。
Look how panicked this eyeball is now. I like how everyone is calm though. Like Zenitsu in this group. Just screaming and pointing at the giant eyeball in the sky.
私とご先祖様たちの小さな命は
I
セネオ
mean,
ス様の意志によって生きながらえていたんですね。
to be fair, I think our character has seen enough shit. I mean, we had ions. Our first experience is a Stellaron getting implanted into our body and a Nook looking directly at us, being like, what's up? We've been through some shit immediately. You know, been watching, having me watch lots of anime lately. Ooh. This is one of Demon Slayer and Zenitsu's best play. Yo, no, I forget all the names now. Oh, man. The boar guy, what's his name? I love him. He's freaking hilarious. Inosuke. Yes, Inosuke. I'm team Inosuke on that. On the 3. Yeah. So, you know, everyone shits on the plot rating of Demon Slayer, right? And I get it, it's a simple story. But hold up. Let me explain why that doesn't matter on shonen. Like battle shonens and stuff like that, like Demon Slayer. I mean, first of all, I think it's hypocritical for people to shit on any shonen plot and at the same time saying that Dragon Ball is peak, or that, you know, having a different opinion on Dragon Ball. Because to be honest, the Dragon Ball storyline is shit. Like, if you just look at plot, it's shit. But Akira Toriyama's like, he was writing a Grand Adventure, the first one, but like his writing is very much character based. Like, if you look at Dragon Ball, it is carried by its characters, carried by its action sequences. It is not carried by its story, or its setting is more or less like the Dragon Ball era, not Dragon Ball Z era, but very much like character driven, very like, you know, rule of cool fun stuff. Naruto, so Naruto, I like Naruto, but I think it's a very much 6 or 7 out of 10 anime. I know I get some flack from people these days, but as opposed to the people who hated it at first, and as opposed to the people who worship it now, I very much am rather consistent on it being like very average. I hate to use the word mid because mid sounds like it's bad, but kind of like mid-tier anime, where it's like it does its job well enough, but it doesn't really excel at anything in particular. It doesn't have a whole lot of drawbacks, but it doesn't have a whole lot of things that push it up to the next tier, in my opinion. So it's very much mid just means average, which is fine. But yeah, people take it as an insult. Correct. But yeah, it's very much, it's inoffensive to me, right? It doesn't really do anything super crazy, but it doesn't really flop at anything. There's major criticisms I have later on in the story, but generally speaking, it's good. Boruto, I put it as like a 4 or 5 out of 10. Granted, this is coming from someone who watched 10 to 20 episodes. I didn't watch very far into it. Mainly, like, listen, like by the time they got to the Zabuza arc in Naruto and Boruto, they were just faffing about still. Like there was just a lot of nothing going on. Could have ended after Pain. The Shinobi War arc with Madara and all that after was unneeded. So I half agree. I don't think it, I feel like Pain arc, ending on the Pain arc would have left it at kind of an unfinished note. On the flip side, I think the way he ended up tying everything together was really haphazard and some of it out of left field. Like the Kagura thing, like the whole alien concept and all that, like all that stuff felt very out of left field for me. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Why did we need a huge explanation about like the chakra stuff and all that? The whole idea, however, of like the will of their ancestors getting passed down and this age-old conflict coming to an end between the Uchiha clan and the Leaf was very nice. And the whole idea, like there was someone orchestrating the, for example, the what's his name, Karuma, I think it was, the Ninetales, Bill Fox and stuff like that. A lot of like pulling the strings, weird stuff over the time. It was kind of neat. But the powers, yeah, Kurama. The power scaling got really out of hand. However, and like I said, the weird chakra explanation was really unneeded. I liked the idea of having an army going against, like the united front going against Madara, but I would have liked it more if it was a numbers game and not necessarily a power game. Like it was kind of silly having the whole army just kind of sitting there gawking at the stronger characters fighting Madara and shit like that. I like the idea of like an army fighting in the army, and that Madara being strong enough for our main cast to team up to fight him. I think that was a good idea. I think it was a bad idea to have like, oh, here's another stronger character, here's another strong character all at the end. It's like, what the hell is going on? The alien shit was alluded to back with Naruto and the sick guy that would have killed Gaara and Rock. The sickness didn't kill him. He was a descendant of that clan, but he was supposed to be the last living one. Yeah, so him being, yeah, that's fine, but there was nothing to say that they were aliens, right? It's like it was just an ancient race that was coming to an end, an ancient clan that was coming to an end. It was kind of mysterious, and it could have been explained a bit better, and it could have been like explained like he was one of the founding members of, you know, one of the founding plans of you know, chakra manipulation, stuff like that. Like something there could have been cool, right? But yeah, it was, I don't know, it was very, it did not turn out very well.
セネオスの目には人間の犯した罪しか映っていないようだ。
Oh, and another thing I was going to point out is Bleach, for example, for me had a very good starting point, but in my opinion fell really hard off right after the Soul Society arc finished up. I was not a fan of anything that came after. I don't know. I liked going through the series and having it so that all these characters that were being introduced, none of them were useless. Like every single named character had some form of use, and then it just kind of fell off the wayside. And I don't know, it's kind of weird. I have a lot of opinions on Bleach that I think some of it might be the wrong opinion or whatever, but I can't help but having the opinion. One Piece has only gotten better over time, in my opinion. I think Toei does a shit job at adapting the manga, but the manga itself has been pretty consistently good. Like, there are weaker points and stronger points for sure, but One Piece has been, in my opinion, consistently telling a story. Like, there hasn't been a whole lot of stuff that's contradictory as Oda continues. I think hockey might be the only like real crux to the storytelling. But other than that, like, I think generally speaking, he does a really good job at telling One Piece. He has a good job of writing characters, like making settings. I think that's actually where he excels at the most, is creating new places. It's crazy. And I think plot wise has been rather enjoyable. But One Piece to me isn't like a standard battle shonen. I think it does a more it leans more into the action adventure, like the actual adventure portion of action and adventure, right? It has less to do with like these crazy battles like Goku versus Vegeta, or Naruto versus Gaara and stuff like that. Like less of these like crazy flashy battle shonen tropes, and more to do with telling an adventure, a journey. So I like that. I really like that. But it also might explain why people who really love Naruto really don't get into One Piece, because One Piece isn't a generic battle shonen, whereas Naruto does battle shonen decently well, right? So does Fairy Tail, so does Demon Slayer, Dragon Ball. Those are battle shonens, right? They tell the story through character interactions, how they fight and what comes after that and stuff like that, rather than telling an adventure. Wow, that's a pretty freaking crazy question. Well, it seemed their purpose changed when what's her name, Celios or whatever, when she went batshit. Yes, Helios. When she went crazy.
導き慰め命令戒め私たちには彼女の言葉が全てだった。故に自分の心で人間を見るようになったのは彼女が黙してからなのだ。
暗黒の潮との戦いが繰り広げられる中、私たちは大地を見下ろし、火を追う旅の行方を見ていた。セネオスが見られなかった団結と希望は、私たちが代わりに見届けた。
So in other words, her descendants kind of proved her point then.
私たちが変わったのだ。若きヒアシンシアよ。人間の弱さを確かめるためにずっと待っていたのではない。光が戻ってくることを待っていたのだ。
セネオス様、あなたの耳に届くかは分かりませんが、私の思いを聞いてください。今私は自分が名もない人の子の末裔であったことをむしろ幸いに思ってます。だってこれで私はあなたに証明できるんですから。人間の心の奥深くにある希望はどれだけ時が経っても消えないことを、そのどれだけ臆病で
I am hungry.
ちっぽけな人間でもその心には種が植えられてる。あなたがいた時代は空があまりにも暗かったから芽吹くことができなかったのかもしれません。でも見てください。
Get some food. Yeah, I might.
今あなたが切り開いた道を歩く
I might just do
輝か
that.
しい英雄がたくさん現れました。彼らは心から人を愛し、その身を犠牲にしてまで人の子に光をもたらそうとしてます。彼らの残した光を浴びることで人々の心にある種は目を燃やし、やがて青葉を茂らせます。その光はいつまでも人々に養分を届け、
Also really have to get some laundry
育
done.
つのを助けるんです。
I hate doing laundry.
枯れた大地には再び豊かな緑が芽吹くでしょう。それはいつまでも息づき、いつかまた
I mean, part of the problem is I just throw the clothes on the floor, but funny because I got another basket to store them in, and I just store clean clothes in my baskets now.
エスカトンの中でも守られ癒される根高、それが私たちが不完全な人間性を受け入れる理由なんです。
火を追う旅そのものが奇跡であると歴史
Come
が
on,
再び
Phylon. Why do you
証明
always
した
have to get the last word in?
それは虚飾にまみれた嘘から始まったけど、1000年にも及ぶ旧世の道へとつながっていたんだ。セネオス、名もなき黄金栄とあなたが交わした約束通り、彼女はここに戻ってきた。それだけじゃない。 僕たちは答えも持ってきた。人間は変われる。人間には救われる価値がある。エスカトンを耐え前へと進み続ける人類には今一度機会が与えられるべきだろう。
Oh, hot dog.
ヒアンシ、
はい、ソラビス様、ルネビス様。
ここにヒアシンシア。
ここにヒアンシ
力を貸してください。私たちの心はもう決まりました。人々が築いてきた全てのために、そして神託の導きに従い、神婚の目の火種を取り戻します。地上より人の子は帰ってきました。私たちは再び天空に挑みます。もう人の闇には屈しません。向き合いましょう、天空の化身よ。
Wow. That's massive.
この天気が気に入ったか、タイタンの化身。お望み通りヘリオスの効果を見せてあげよう。
セネオス様、私の声がもし聞こえるのなら、
Or a little rod thing.
どうか最後まで見届けてください。
Oh, jeez.
これはいけそう。頼むよ。研究の
There's a big thing. Break? Oh. What am I doing? I have to pop Caster's ulti. Bring that thing.
温度が上がっていく。この熱流を鎮めるんだ。
Avatar Sky increases the temperature during its next section based on helium flash value. Helium? Attack multiple enemy targets at the same time to quickly reduce their helium flash value. In other words, have Caceres in your party. Now big PP damage. Let's go. Pew. Smack. I'll bring your dragon back out again. Wow. Uh-oh. Yeah, go fat fuck. You do. Oh god. Excuse me? Okay, that's not good. Hey! Oh wait, is this because I ultied? That word. Lore-wise, in Castries' realm. No, it's because I ultied with Castries. It would be nice to Castries save us right about now, though. Jesus. Avatar of the Sky only deals damage during the next action based on Thundercloud value. Attack enemy targets to quickly seize Thundercloud and deal damage to the Avatar of the Sky after its next action. So do as I do. I mean, looks like people who have the Herda teams would be pretty happy here too. Wang. Bring that thing. No more thunderclouds to seize. Yeah. Castries is freaking broken. Ow. Jeez, you just really want to charge my ulti that much, eh? Hit the eyeball. Not gonna have a good time. Mac. Jeez. What happened to Aglaea's bracelet? Oh. I do summon a dragon. Pollux.
僕たちを見守ってくれていたのか。見ろ、エーグルの火種だ。
これで全部終わったんでしょうか。セネオス様は人間たちに審判を下し、人々を黄金池に落とした。そして最後は彼女自身も。
火種を手に取ってくれ、ヒアンシ。
Is that what they call irony?
僕たちの使命はまだ終わっていない。
はい、天空の火種、私と共に行きましょう。不思議な感覚です。暖かくて力強さを感じます。これを握ってると世界中の風が私のために吹いてくれそうです。雷雲と右折さえもただ念じるだけで呼べる気がします。
その感覚よくわかるよ。けど今はここを早く離れよう。もう限界みたいだ。あとどのくらい持つかわからない。そこを見てくれ。
We're in danger.
歳月の司祭の装置か。だが神の力はまだ残っているのか。どうだろうね。でもかけてみるしかない。祈り事の力で台を元の状態にできれば入り口まで戻れる。アグライアのお守りも回収できるはずだ。時間がない。急ごうみんな。天空の要塞が崩れていく。エーグルがなくなったからか。
Uh-oh. Well, Hyacinth, you better fix this pretty quick.
禁止が震えてる。
まずいな。だいぶ劣化しているようだ。
We'll press the button anyway.
せめてあれを回収しないと。相棒。
記憶の幕を取り払い、
過去のさざ波を呼び起こせ。まずい、効果が。
待て。
Aww.
行こう。ここを離れないと。
私は最後のバニオをまばゆい黄金の中で浴びることになる。
Aww.
愛のこれよりあなたは引き返すことのできない旅に出ます。光がここを離れているのは太陽が昇るのを静かに待っているからです。いつかあなたの歩みは恐怖のためではなく、
世界に黎明を返すためのものになる。もう目の前だ。俺たちの頭の上にどうにかして登らなければな。こっちだ。あの扉から外へ。きっとまだ道はあるはずだ。
Why not? You're not doing a good job at sounding composed.
やったわ。早く行きましょう。ファイノン様、アグライア様もきっと分かってくれますよ。
ああ、分かっているよ。分かって
Oh boy.
宝珠が点滅している。それを使って扉を開けるんだ。
What?
雷鳴。天正画の壁に世界の終わりが描かれてます。
天正画の壁とこの世界の気象のつながりはとっくに切れている。ここで何が起ころうと地上に影響が出ることはない。そう願おう。
奇跡がつながれるまであと一歩だ。
Yeah, but
人間は自分の手で運命を握ることになる。
the sky god is kind of dead, so
僕たちが
will that change things?
できたらの話だけど、
この道は見た目ほど平坦じゃないようだ。足元に気をつけた方がいい。
あちこち崩れている。気をつけた方がいい。一瞬の油断が命取りになる。
崩れちゃってます。
相棒、力を貸してくれ。世界を救うのが本当に得意なのだ。ほら、
I didn't pop the blessing.
ますますひどくなっている。
はぐれないようついてきてくれ。
Yeah, keep close. Bad things will happen.
あそこだ。
キアンシー、翼獣たちは
探してみたんですが、壁画の風と雲に感覚を阻まれてるようで、お二方がいれば翼を借りられたのですが。
今はこの足を頼るしかないようだね。ひとまず進もう。ここはまだ安全とは言えない。
Were we ever safe?
こっちの宝珠はもっと点滅が早いわ。
もう少しだ。あとは最高の強化さえあれば。
西風のピクシスはあった。私にお任せください。集中集中。
こんな時に限って
時間がないのに。天空の要塞がエーグルの力で動いてるなら火種を使うことで。
Wow.
いけた。火種が答えてくれました。皆さん行きましょう。
Well, that's good news. Fucking
僕たち
run.
には生き延びないといけない理由がある。オクヘイマの2度目の黎明を見届けるためにも。
Get me out of here. Um.
なんでしょう今の声。
みんな、これが止まったらすぐ出口に向かうんだ。1秒でも遅れたら命取りになる。
Oh, it's so bright. Don't hesitate. What's they're gonna be hesitate about?
気をつけてくれ。
この声、まさか。
考えている暇はない。走れ。
Cheese it.
けど火種はもう。まさかセレオス様。
のシーンに生まれて息を吹き返したか。
火種はもうないのにまだ動いてる。セネオス様、あなたなんですか？怪しいです。この作戦はいけそう？
Okay. I have Twilight deals a set damage based on Black Tide sync rate.
あんたに決めた。まだ研究する価値はありますね。本質のillusion。命の花びらよ、いずれ風に吹き落とされる。人の意志を見届けてください。優しい嵐のように。
I gotta get my dragon. Oof. Holy shit. Oof. The soundtrack is banging. Yo, the soundtrack to this game is fantastic. That's one thing Star Rail does really well is their sound design. Like whoever writes the music, every time. Brat. I'm a little worried about my HP right now. Is this going to affect my damage? Okay, that's scary. Please don't die. Oh boy.
闇に包まれたエスカトンを僕は照らさないといけないんだ。ほ
んの少しの光で暗雲を払えるはず。
僕の仮想ヒアンシー。僕は世を背負う者であり、そしていずれ昇る烈日だ。
Alright, that was cool. Bro. This is what I'm talking about. Yo, Wildfire is amazing. can't fucking stop us this time. What's going on now? Jesus. Okay, that was pretty good. Jeez, I was wondering if we were going to get to one of these moments. That's crazy. See, that right there. That's what Star Rail does well.
君たちは新たな黎明を迎えるにふさ
Cypher.
お宝とどこに隠してんのかな。ガラクタ、こっちもガラクタ。これは何？とりあえずしまっとこう。おお、やっと見つけた。
Cypher and priest clothing.
これだよ、これ。大司祭が隠し持ってた万象の宝石。黎明のミハニの破片だって言われてるやつ。くんくん。へへ。箱越しでもわかる上物の香り。何が信仰のために全てを捧げた大司祭だ。へそくり隠しとくなんてちょっかりしてんじゃん。
Silly cat girl.
これのために半年以上も司祭院に潜ってたんだ。毎日あの堅物司祭見習いどもの祈り事を聞かされて自慢の猫のお味噌が湧いちゃうとこだったよ。でも頑張った甲斐があったよね。おっとっと。
Don't drop it.
アルティカス、お前なのか。
アルティカス？聞いたことある名前のような。ああ、一番ひいきされてる司祭見習いの子だっけ。次期大司祭間違いなしって言われてた。黙ってるのもあれだし、とりあえずザグレースの力でなんとかやり過ごすか。
僕はアルティッカスです。
アルティッカス、なぜ答えない。
大司祭様、アルティッカスです。薬の交換に来ました。
はあ、ありがとう。お前が面倒を見てくれていなければ、私はとうに息を引き取り、 タナトスにステュクスへ連れて行かれていただろう。
そんな礼には及びませんよ、お師匠様。病を患ったあなたの世話をするのは弟子である僕の務めですから。
ジジイの病気は思ったより重いみたい。司祭たちは意図的にそれを隠してるんだ。
アルティカス、私は自分の命が急流に乗って流れ、永遠の眠りにつこうとしているのを感じるのだ。だから最後に一つ、
Oh, are we going to get Lord Dump?
お前に伝えなければならないことがある。
最後に一つ？待って待って、この老いぼれ、まさかまだお宝を隠し持ってるわけ？飛翔する兵様様、今日は私のラッキーデーだね。おう、ネズニ、セファリア、落ち着いて。
きっと良くなりますよ。どうか気を落とさないでください。ですが何か大事なことを僕に託したいとおっしゃるのなら、誠心誠意耳を傾けましょう。
ああ、これからお前に伝えるのは極めて不名誉で恥ずべきことだ。しかしそれでも伝えなければならない。なぜならそれは私たちの足元にあるこの生徒の存亡に関わることだからだ。
生徒の存亡？ずいぶん大げさじゃん。どういうことか聞いてやろう。
全地の天賦ケファレが沈黙に陥る直前、
Okay.
私は黎明の
You're burying the lead. You're gonna die before you tell us what's going on.
信託はすでに下された。我が使命は終わりを迎え、
Wait, what?
これより沈黙の中へと帰ると。
そうそう、
I mean,
創世の神託に石ころになったタイタン。聞き飽きた話だね。新しい情報はないもんかな。
so someone dying, but they talk long enough to get you a point. Yeah.
目前に迫っている。しかしこれからの300年、黎明の御埴が生徒を照らし続けるだろう。
That doesn't seem important.
黄金の血を持つ人の
That's what we expect.
奇跡を起こすその時を待ちながら。
Going to tell us the Dawn device is going to stop working?
黎明の御埴に創世の奇跡。
Like as soon as we get rid of the Sky God?
わかってるって。あれ、ちょっと待って。こいつ今これからの300年って言わなかった？
私はすべての人々に天賦が示した起源を隠してきた。どうしても勇気がなかったのだ。生徒の黎明が刻一刻と終わりに近づいていることを。
So in other words, now it's 300 years later and some bad's going to happen.
僕に刻みつける勇気が。アルティカス、お前は私よりはるか。
Well, obviously not, because you're not talking to Atticus. You're talking to Cypher, and she ain't that.
代わりに果たしてくれないだろうか。この苦渋に満ちた真実をどうか奥平魔の全市民に伝えてほしい。アルティ ます。
お任せください、お師匠様。僕が代わりにその途方もなく困難な任務を果たしましょう。そしてあなたの臆病さが招いた結果を必ず挽回してみせます。
私たちは誰もが唯一無二の存在。そう言ったよね、裁縫女。私が英雄になれるチャンスがついに来たんだ。以上、私が黎明の崖で司祭のふりをした時の話でした。ちょっとだけ脚色してるけど嘘はついてないよ。で、これ全部漏らしちゃいけない極秘事項でさ、実は今まで誰にも言ったことなかったんだ。バトルズのやつにもね。だから最初の聞き手になれるなんて超ラッキー。光栄だって思わないと。
Okay, who are you talking to?
残念だな。今のあんたたちはもう拍手も批評もできないもんね。
Damn it, Cypher.
ま、
What use is that?
些細なことか。1000年もしまい込んでた秘密を一気に吐き出せてすごくすっきりしたもん。それにしてもあんたたちがこんなに執念深いとは思わなかったよ。確かにわざとボロを出して火種をすり替えるところを見せたけどさ、まさかスティクスの騎士まで追っかけてくるなんて思わないじゃん。旧姓の坊やが言ってた通りじゃん。あんたたちみたいなゴミクズは奥ヘイマから追い出されて真っ暗な道を歩くしかないんだ。
Uh-oh. The Flame Stealer or Flame Reaper gonna show up?
1、2、3、4。おかしいな。あんたたちのお頭、カイニスだっけ？ここにはいないみたいだね。
Canis the Flame Stealer, maybe?
何か別の計画があるんじゃ。本当にめんどくさいな。まあいいや。それじゃみんなのためにあんたたちが怪しいもの持ってないかチェックさせてもらうね。おお、良さそうな探検だ。うんうん。へえ、クレムノス鋼でできてるんだ。なかなかいい装備じゃん。
Oh no.
あんたたち
I just realized her
普通の人と
prophecy.
比べたら結構腕が立つ方だよね。もし道を踏み外してなかったら奥平馬の衛兵くらいにはなれたし、食うには困らなかったろうに。あれあれ、来世はこんな危ない仕事はやめてまともな人間になんなよ。誰よこの服デザインしたの。ポケット多すぎ。今時こんなの流行ってないでしょ。金織りのとこで働いてた頃はまあまあ見かけたけど。あ、なんかあった。
Super's death. Okay. On the stair railing? Wait, what? There's no iron rail we placed on the stair railing. An accident might blank silence him permanently.
メモで
What?
連絡取り合ってんの？それはあんま
What,
り
steel drilling? There's just going to be an iron nail?
ああ、そうだった。裁縫女の真剣が消えてから5000だったディアディクティオの速度が2000時代に逆戻りしたんだっけ？ごめん、あんたたちのことを誤解してたみたい。2000を使うくらいなら物理的にメモでやり取りした方が早いよね。仮面の下はどんな顔なのか拝ませてもらおっと。意外と綺麗な顔してるんだ。粛清者の仮面をつけてなかったらこの顔の下にあんな物騒な殺意が隠れてるなんて誰も思わないって。だから人相だけで人の善悪がわかるはずなんてないって思ってたんだ。ダメだね、全然。まった裁縫女の真剣が羨ましいな。人相じゃわかんない品性だって禁止が見抜いてくれるんだもんな。神の力の使い方なら私だって負けてないけどね。カイニスの手がかりはないね。うまく隠してるだけなのか、それとももう諦めたのか。どっちにしてもやるべきことは全部やったし、あとは旧姓の坊やたちが。何振動は空から？もしかして。
Sounds like you should get the fuck out of Dodge.
成功したみたいだね。坊やのくせになかなかやるじゃん。でもきっと天外から来たグレッチも大活躍したはず。あの子性格はちょっと独特だけどびっくりするくらい強いもんね。
Also, you know what trope bothers me about anime in general is the talking to yourself, monologuing.
手に入れたとなれば火を追う旅を脅かすものはあと一つ。
Where's she monologuing to?
もうちょっと心の準備させてくれてもよかったのに。そいじゃちょっとばかし遊んであげよっかな。
Just talking out loud. Talking out loud, I guess, constantly. Put some reverb and just pretend it's their thoughts. I'll pretend it is their thoughts. But still.
やっと来た。ずっと待ってたんだよ。
There it is.
国威の剣士フレイムスティーラー。そんなんどっちでもいいけどさ、あんたって本当に飢えたハイエナみたい。火種の匂いを嗅ぎつけたらどこまでも追っかけてく
The
れるん
hole
だ
in
から。
chest reminds me of that one automata. I don't know. I forget his name. So I'm wondering.
何も言わないの？
That same
話す
person?
のがだるいだけ？も
Makinas?
しかして本当に人の言葉も理解できないおバカな獣なのかな。
万象の座火種必ず奪還する。
Take back?
かわいそうなやつ。あんたのことなんて手に取るようにわかるよ。当ててあげよっか。ずっとあと2つの火種が欲しくてうずうずしてたんでしょ。でもあんたには翼もなければ仲間もいない。だからエーグルの火種が空にあってどこに逃げるわけじゃないって分かってても、黄金衛が火種を持ち帰ってくるのを指をくわえて待つしかなかった。それでその後力ずくで奪うつもりだったんでしょう。どう？
Wow.
痛いとこ疲れたみたいだね。実はさ、何回も見ちゃったんだよね。
あんたが崖の縁に立って無力な感じで空を仰いでるとこ、あれはかわいそうになっちゃったよ。だから今
She's
日
gonna tease him?
は一人ぼっちで哀れなハイエナをねぎらってあげようと思ってね、特別な贈り物を用意してきたんだ。そう、ケファレの火種、この私が持ってるの。でもね、猫から何か奪いたいのなら、まずは追いつくところからだね。知ってる？ドロスの猫は足が速いだけじゃなくてスタミナも抜群なんだよ。
Uh-oh. I don't know what team I'm kind of forced to run if I'm running a team. Here he is.
いつの間に私の前に？待って待って、切らないで、お願い。ケファレの火種でしょ。ほらあげる。私は旧姓の坊やに頼まれて盗んできただけで、持ってたって意味ないんだから。でさ、同じ黒ずくめ仲間としてかわいそうな猫ちゃんの命だけは見逃してくんない？そうそう、それでいいんだよ。火種はあんたが持ってって、私のことは見逃して。
Yeah, don't hurt little Cypher.
やっぱり救いようのないおバカな獣じゃん。
Cypher, you're not doing yourself any favors.
ほらほら、どうしたの？ついてきなよ。せっかく食べられそうなごちそうが目の前にあるんだもん。簡単に諦めたりしないよね。とは言ったものの、追いつかれるなんて初めて。こいつ一体どうなってんの？
My audio keeps cutting out. It has something to do with my audio driver or something. I didn't even have to read what she said to know she was mocking him with that laugh. Yeah, for real. Yeah, I don't know what the heck is going on here.
久々に思いっきり走れそうだ。もう少し粘ってくんない？せめて体が温まるまで遊ぼうよ。
そうせ
What if Flame Reaver was a good guy all along?
さて、加速するよ。ちゃんとついてきて。一息つけそう。あいつもうなんだ、まだ来てないの？つまんないな。そういうことなら。
もうちょっとだけ待ってあげよう。ああ、スティコシア、なんと美しい。おや、フレイムスティーラー君ではないか。恥じゃなかった。いやあ、僕はオクヘイマの大英雄オンパロスの救世主だ。
Like, I don't know if you're actually convincing anybody on this one.
ケファレの火種を変換して新しい世界で天地を背負う運命にある大英雄だなんて言ってるけど、僕は何よりも公平、そして公平を大事にしている。火種が欲しいのか？なら奪いに来ればいい。ただし正々堂々戦って僕に勝ったらの 話だ。
Yeah.
つまらないな。いい感じだったのに、もう少し遊んでほしかったよ。
所詮は獣、同じ手に二度も引っかかるなんて。じゃねフレイムスティーラー。ふう、思ったよりつまんなかったな。まあ無理もないか。あいつは理性を失ってるからこういう駆け引きっぽいことができないんだ。でもどうしても奴を振り切れない。なんで？
It's about as weird as Sparkle? I wouldn't say that much.
簡単に諦めるわけもないし。
But yeah, there seems to be a bit of Sparkle personality in her.
高いところまで誘導してみようか。
Sparkle's a whole brand of weird into or onto herself, so there does seem to be overlap. Like each of the titans seems to fit very neatly into the box of some of the ions, so definitely something like that going on here, where I can imagine trickery being something to do with elation.
やはり黎明の崖に行くつもりなのですか、セファリ
うん、もう決めたことだから。今さら引き止めようだなんて思わないでよね、裁縫女。
万象の宝石のために。
理由なんてどうでもいいでしょ。どうせ私の話が嘘か本当かなんてあんたには分かんないんだからさ。
送った金のボテス、まだ履いてくれているのですね。次にそれを履いて走るときはもう誰かから逃げるためでないことを願っています。
アグライア見てる？誰も私には追いつけない。もうとっくに逃げるために走ったりしてないよ。旧姓の坊や、ちゃんと感謝してよね。あんたたちがのんびりしてる時間は全部この私が稼いだものなんだから。
A whole lot of these chains seems to be a aesthetic overlap between all the major cities in this world.
宿命だって。何かにつけて宿命だの運命だのを口にするのはそれのせいにしないと生きていけないような甘やかされた都会子くらいだと思ってたよ。
破ることはできない。
輪廻だの宿命だの笑わせないで。人間なら誰だって自分の道は自分で切り開くものでしょうが。あんた神様やら予言やらにすがってばっかだからそんな人間とも化け物ともつかない姿になっちゃったんじゃないの？昔の私なんてもっとひどかったよ。人を騙したり物を盗んだりやりたい放題してさ。でもそれが私の宿命だって。
I'm confused though. If he's all about the cycle, why is he trying to stop them from doing their flame chase thing.
それこそこの哀れな世界はとっくに真っ暗なゴミ山になってたはずなんだ。
火だね。必ず私が。
What?
ああ、ごめんごめん。あんたがイカれてるのを忘れてた。いくら正論を語られたってわかるわけないよね。なんでここまで連れてきたか知りたい？ハイエナちゃん。聞いたんだよ。この前赤いライオンちゃんとやり合ったって。どうせあんたを振り切れそうにないし、適度な運動で体もいい感じに温まってきたから、次は競技でもやらない？
Is that Flame Reaper possibly like something to do with Finon? Like a split off of Finon? Some way?
同じ最悪の真剣を継ぐ者同士だけど、私が半身として過ごした歳月はあのライオンちゃんより丸々1000年も多いんだ。フレイムスティーラー、あんたの腕前私が試してあげるよ。1000年以上生きてきたけど、私の速さについてこれたやつなんて一人も。
Just a team of ciphers.
あんたが初めて。でも私は足が速いだけじゃない。見せてあげる。ほらいった。
死は人のすぐ魂の機関。
もったくりだ。ほらいった。捕まった。一人なら嘘でも万人なら本当だよ。ハイエナちゃん、あんたの実力ってこんなもん？あんたの剣術を過大評価しすぎたみたいだね。バレたか。もったくりだ。これが分身なんていくらでも出せる。
Oh my god, imagine how annoying this would be. The shit ton of ciphers. Uh-oh.
オクヘイマの全市民の皆さん、今日私から皆さんに悲しいお知らせと嬉しいお知らせをお伝えしたいと思います。まずは悲しいお知らせです。我らが敬愛する大司祭フォーロス様の魂が先日天賦ケファレのもとへと帰られました。祝福ですが、市民の皆さん、大司祭様の逝去を嘆く必要はありません。なぜならあの方はまだ意識がはっきりしているうちに天賦の最後のお言葉を耳にされ、人生の最後の瞬間を幸福の中で過ごしたからです。それこそが皆さんにお伝えしたい嬉しいお知らせなのです。偉大なる世を背負うタイタン ケファレが沈黙に陥る前に恩師の耳元に残した言葉を今オンパロス中の人々に伝えさせてください。信託はすでに下された。我が使命は終わりを迎え、これより沈黙の中へと帰る。栄夜は目前に迫っている。しかし黎明のミハニが生徒を照らし続けるだろう。黄金の血を持つ人の子が奇跡を起こすその時まで永遠に。永遠に。
天賦の博愛は時間を超越し、未来永劫俺たちに加護を与えてくださる。
市民の
Oh boy.
我が同胞の皆さん、新任司祭としてここに一つ提案いたします。天賦の恵みに感謝するために黎明の崖で100日間続く祝宴を開きましょう。天賦の言葉を揺るぎない信念に変え、心に刻むことこそ我らの使命です。100の黎明にわたる祝宴を経て、オンパロスの人の子たちは皆信じるようになるでしょう。黎明のミハニの光は、
黎明のミハニの光は永久不滅。ケファレの加護に終わりは訪れないことを。なんじゃ、貪欲とともに歩み、一握りの財が口火となって身を滅ぼすだろう。予言の一握りの財って文字通りの意味だったんだ。アルティカスあんたはいい子だったよ。身分を盗んじゃってごめんね。アグライア、あんたにもいっぱい謝らなきゃだった。あの時私どうしても奥平場にいられなくなって。
I think that's a bit weird though, is they don't show damage on the models outside of the cutscenes, so it's very funny to see that the character is like, he's obviously dying, but that has no damage. Pretty sad though. Or safer. It is what it is, I suppose, but
あんたの工房をもう一度だけ決戦みたいに通りかかったら、そしたらきっとあんたとトリビー姉さんに叱ってもらえたよね。ごめん、結局私最後まで自分を食いかぶりすぎて 火種はここにない。あれは安全な場所にある。
Cypher did win in the end, but
ただのクソドラだったけど、私火を追うたびにちょっとは役に立ったよね。ライアー、聞こえてる。ね、またお話聞かせてよ。ね、かい。
oh,
セファリア、あなたは私たち全員を救ったオンパロスの知られざる英雄です。あなたは世界を欺くのと引き換えに人々のため1000年もの時間を稼いだのですから。
he did it.
すべての人を騙せるほど上手なら、嘘が本当になることだってあるよね。
嘘は嘘ですよ、セファリア。ですが誠実さよりも貴重になることはあるでしょう。
Oh. Oh.
ヒアン氏、どうかしたのか。
So, because she passed away, the power that made everyone believe that everything was okay is no longer making everything okay.
オンパロスの神話では黎明のミハにはエーグルがケファリに送ったものでしたよね。
急にどうしたんだい。とりあえず地上に戻ってから。
ファイノン様。
ああ、エーグルが黎明のミハニをケファレに送ったというのは神話作者間での共通認識のはずだ。
皆さん落ち着いて聞いてください。
Can't wait until we get off of this
先ほど
doomed
天空の火種が
platform.
激しく震え、そしてその熱の一部が失われました。火種は膨大なエネルギーを消費してたった一つの震源を私に伝えてくれました。黎明。
とにかくその震源が本当なら黎明のミハニの加護を失ったオクヘイム
Alright,
は
so I guess we're pretty pooched now.
四方八方から押し寄せる暗闇に一瞬で飲み込まれ凄惨な光景になってしまう。
私も感じたわ。
ミュリオンもか。
さっきヒアンシーが話してた時、
Oh shit, it's already 3:30?
何千もの記憶の流れが足元から広がって空に登っていったの。記憶の数も量も多すぎたから厚い壁を隔ててもはっきり聞こえたわ。 そして人々の記憶が全部
3:30 a.m. Yeah.
人柱のタイタンが滅びたのが原因か。でもどうも辻褄が合わないような。
考えてる暇はありません。黎明のミハニの光を失った生徒はあっという間に闇に飲まれてしまう。そう皆さん必ず地上に戻って黄金衛の使命を果たしてください。私はタンタンファジェイナの霊水はまだ持ってますよね。
Goes down. Oh, gotcha. It's a bot.
何をするつもりだ。あれは万が一のために持ってはいるが、今はまだ。
いいえ、今がその万が一。過信への道を開いてください。エーグルの火種を返還し、その真剣を受け継いだら、私は空に残って人々を庇護します。入り口はすなわち出口。残念ですが霊水の門は通った後向きが変わってしまいます。皆さんは生徒に戻ってケファレの火種を返還しないといけません。
Ew, a bot. Yeah.
それにタンタンが作る霊水の門は一人しか通れないでしょ。
Tell me, viewers or something.
ああ、
それじゃあタンタンお願いします。
わかった。その狂乱の舞踏のもと、宴の喧騒が世界の鼓動を覆う。霊水よ、門を表せ。虹の架け橋の先で天空の子が神婚を作ろうだろう。トリスビアスの予言はやはり外れないんだな。
見るのは2回目ですけど、やっぱり不思議ですね。あなたならこの世界の川や海の素敵な相棒になれそうです。
残念だが俺とあいつは長くとどまることができない。俺たちには心配している仲間がいて、帰るべき家もあるからな。
請求列車でしたよね。2人がいつも話してる美月なのかさん、ナータンとはぜひ一度会ってみたいなって。
They have to be coming back some way, somehow at the end of the story,
あ
right?
なたたち3人が一緒に旅をする楽しそうな姿が想像できます。悲しいですよ、もちろん。心が砕かれるような悲しみと名残惜しさ、そういった痛みをありのまま感じてます。
なら無理する必要はないだろう。ここにいるみんなは本当の弱さを笑ったりしない。
でも私は金光の庭の医者なんですよ、炭鉱くん。病にそれに今病気になってるのは私が愛してやまないこの世界なのに、悲しい顔なんてしてられないでしょ。さようなら。皆さん絶対旧姓の英雄になってくださいね。女子誌の最後の空白のページ、普通の人々の人生や物語は最後が訪れるその時まで、私がしっかりと守る。
Jesus.
ヒアンシーさん、本当に行ってしまうのですか？
はい、ファイノン様がもう討伐の日取りを決めてくれましたから、私は天空の末裔としてしっかり準備して責任を全うしないとです。
でも
この金光の庭は開かれたばかりで。
クレメンタイン、もっと自信を持ってください。あなたは一人前の立派なお医者さんなんですから。患者さんたちはあなたのことを信頼してるし、あなたにはその信頼に応えられる実力がちゃんとあります。
クレメンタインの医術はすごいよ。私たちもあなたならきっと金光の庭の看板を背負えるって思ってる。トリビー様、ありがとうございます。そのお言葉にふさわしい人になれるよう一生懸命努力します。ただ今の私にはヒアンシーさんのような自信が足りていない気がします。ヒアンシーさんは重症の患者さんに対してもいつも笑顔で向き合っていて
私だって全部に自信があるわけじゃないんですよ、クレメンタイン。他の人より不安を隠すのがちょっと得意なだけ。私からすればそれがとても大事な素養ですから。
ヒアンシーさんでも自信を持てないことがあるなんてとても想像できません。
それじゃあ例を挙げてみましょうか。ちょうどトリビー様もいることですし。
あれ、私たちとも関係あることなの？
はい、火を追う旅のことを例にしようかなと。アグライア様がオクヘイマをまとめるようになって以来、火種を担う黄金衛は全員、でも私は例外だったんです。英雄セネオスが自分の血筋を天空の後継者と定めたので、結局アグライア様が私の素質を認めてくれてたかどうか。彼女が私たちの元を去ってしまった今では知るすべもなくて、だから本当に使命を全うできるかどうかずっと自信がないんです。
トリビー様、どうかしましたか？だってヒアンシーちゃんが知りたがってることって実はすっごく簡単だから。ちょっと考えてみて。ライアちゃんの性格から来てヒアンシーちゃんに素質がないって思ってたら、他の手立てを考えてなかったなんてありえると思う？
そうですね。そう考えるとなんだかすっきりしちゃいました。
私はアグライア様ほど人を見る目はありませんが、ヒアンシーさんの信念を疑ったことは一度もありません。
ありがとうございます、クレメンタイン。そうそう、トリビー様、出発する前に火種を変換する儀式の言葉を教えてくれませんか？これまでずっと呪帝で教員助手をしてきたので、オクヘイマに来る機会がほとんどなかったんです。いざ私が火種を変換する番になった時に、皆さんの前でお恥ずかしいところを見せちゃうのはと思ったんです。
もちろん今すぐ教えてあげる。さあ、私たちに続いて唱えて。
It's really adorable though.
荘厳なる12のタイタン。
荘厳なる12のタイタン。
世界を支える柱よ。
世界を支える柱よ。
我らここに神聖を求め。
我らここに神聖を求め。世界の亀裂を埋めんとす。肉体に黄金の血を注ぎ、神託のため喜んで枯れゆかん。
さあ、黄金へ火種を献上しなさい。
Well, off it goes.
新婚の目での旅はもっと困難だったでしょうから。奥平今は今危機に瀕してる。私は一刻も早く半神としての責務を果たし、天空の力で皆さんをお守りしたいんです。ですから教えてください。これからどんな試練を超えればいいのでしょうか。
Maybe that trial wasn't enough. Yeah, I was just saying.
そなたはすでにやるべきことをすべて成している。セネオス、そなたの考えも聞かす。天空の子よ。
セネオス様。なるほど。長い年月を経て、あなたの意志はタイタンの神聖と融合したのですね。
私は悔いている。どうか許しを。人の心に潜む闇が人々の奥底にある強さに。
あの日あの場にいた人たちの中で何人が無実で何人が報いを受けたのか。なので彼らに代わってあなたを許すことはできません。セネご先祖様たちの精神は私に共感してます。私たち一族を追放したことをただ一つ、ご先祖様たちも私も認めなければいけないことがあります。槍を掲げ神に抗ったあなたの勇気は本物であり純粋なものだったということです。その勇気はあなたの後に火を追う旅に出た人々によって受け継がれ、
君はその手でこの時代を切り開いたのだ、セネオス。
次々に英雄が生まれ、壮大な女子史を紡ぐ時代を、
世の人々に希望の火種をもたらした時代を。
もしかするとそれが私の本当の望みだったのかもしれない。これでようやく安心して。
セネオス様。
Wasn't that nice?
あなたは最も暗い時でさえ心のだってタイタンの力を手に入れても天空を落とさなかったじゃないですか。きっとあなたも自分を救ってくれる人が現れるのを待ってたんですよね。どうか安心して天空の権能をお任せください。私はただの医者ですから、力を手に入れたところであなたみたいに強くはなれませんけど、幸い今の世界はもう雷を呼んだり雨を降らせたりする半神を必要としてません。優しい虹の光を降らせ、できるだけ多くの命を守ることです。ハナイクス先生、あの授業のことをまだ覚えてますか？ 結局私はご先祖様たちの道をたどって空に戻ることになりました。地上で人々と共に歩むことは叶わないみたいです。でも私は自分の理想を実現できたんですよ。
ヒヤシンシア、ありがとう。空が燃えている。オクヘイマの黎明に幕が降りた。一体どうして。仮に書いてあったとしたら、トリビー先生が黙っているはずがないよ。天空の神剣を受け継いだヒアンシーでもこの闇を振り払うことはできないだろう。
Suppose that's why we're here, right, Fanon?
その力はおそらくタイタンの剣能をも凌駕しているんだ。
おお。
今はヒアンシーがより多くの人たちの命を守ってくれることを願うしかないね。
これがオクヘイマの終末なの？
まだ諦めないで。僕たちは先導するものなんだ。先に道を見失うわけにはいかないよ。想定外の事態こそ開拓の常だ。いずれにしろ俺たちは最後までオクヘイマと共に歩む。あそこ見えるか？壊れた構造物が透き通っていく。
What?
あんな現象今まで見たこともない。これも暗黒の潮の影響なのか。欠けてる。急いで山を降りよう。ケファレの火種が無事だといいんだけど。いや、サフェルさんならきっと自分の役割を果たしてくれてるはず。
Okay. Back to reality. All right. Ooh, what do I get? Nice. People are using my characters. I feel like I'm doing something useful. All right, I'm yeah, she got intense for a while. You're right. I couldn't put down the game until I got through at least some of that. That was crazy. Man, Darrell really hitting it with the music again. So badass. So don't think. Yeah, I think that's about it. I am starving. I want to eat something before it becomes too late, because I gotta eat dinner as well later. We gotta cook some dinner. So I'm taking off now because cook dinner in like 2 hours, give or take. So anyway, you guys take care, and I'll see you next time.